Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Final Fantasy 11. When we last left off, we just got done doing the mission for the Vicarious Resurgence for Sandoria, related with Rahal here. We pretty much started the whole thing too yesterday, I think. Yeah. With doing Gumbas, and we went to Winders, we went to Basto. Now we're at Sandoria, doing our part here. So let us continue on. I see you dealt with Rahal's request regarding the hall held by House Viragout. You have my gratitude. Although I wish you had better news. The orcs couldn't have picked a worse time to stir things up. Well, it cannot be helped now. I shall leave the orcs to Rahal. We will take whatever steps are necessary. What steps might those be, you ask? Well, when Prince Tryon felt ill immediately upon arriving at House Villagrat, no white mage, potion, or prayer could alleviate what ailed him. At first, we thought it was some sort of curse, but we were mistaken. What's that? You think he was faking the whole time? How dare you besmirk the prince's good name? You can be jailed in Basata Nuix for 100 years for slandering the royal family like that. Of course, I suspected the same thing myself at first. At any rate, if we can prepare some medicine in case Prince Tryon falls ill again, we should be able to get through this. That is why I have requested the help of the gardener Chalblacoat, who is well versed in herbs and other remedies. I imagine his research ought to be done by now. Please go and see what he has to say. You should be able to find him in the Queen Liao's garden at this hour. I like how he pointed out. He's like, you can be jailed for 100 years. I thought the same thing. I'm doing okay, Van. I hope you're doing okay too. Now then, Princess, I have selected some flowers to use in your hairpin for the ball. Thank you, Chalblacoat. I always have trouble deciding on such things. This is a very important matter. Everyone will be watching you dance with Prince Tryon. I am sure Queen Leotu will be watching over you as well. This won't take too long. Ah, that reminds me. I'm curious what you may have heard, Chalavant. People are saying that even Corella has prepared a dress for this ball. I suppose stranger things have happened, but I've only heard mere rumors. And what rumors are those? Maybe you've already know. The ball is a social event for ladies and gentlemen to attend. How can I put this delicately? Yes, I know. I already know that. It's a place to meet potential romantic partners. Yes, indeed. So, rumor has it that Court Tilamoni is heir and Lady Corella. You can't be serious. Akane, please excuse me for a moment. Well, what can I do for you? I see. So you wish to prepare some medicine for my brother at the ball. Princess, please do not converse with this rabble. Leave the matter to me. I shall handle it for you. I already know something of this matter. A remedy for when Prince Tryon is not feeling well. Please wait a moment, Calavot. But Can I ask you to find a flower known as the solid ago flower for me? It is necessary to make the medicine you seek. It is quite rare, so I heard it only blooms in somewhat remote locations. People say that finding one is no easy task. However, I must move quickly in order to help my dear brother. Chalvatot, please tell her where the flowers tend to grow. I suppose as an adventurer, you should have no problem with this task. Head to Ottawa Char in me Darty. Thank you. I'm counting on you, adventurer. Please take care of your on your journey. Okay. So we gotta go to Ottawa Charm. Hey, Cut. Hey, Lumi. I'm okay, Cut. How are you? It's not Koshushu. Oh, they want us the garden, so do we have any sickles? I didn't even think about this. We probably need some sickles. Oh, I have 9 of them on me. That should be enough. Oops. That's good to hear, Cut. That's not good to hear, Van. Excuse me. Happy Boom Day. Happy Boom Day is gonna be over soon. He didn't aggro me, did he? Oh. I still hear fireworks at 2 a.m. I didn't hear it that many. Oh, snap. Heck eyes. Alright, let's go this way. Yeah, I won't lie, it has me paranoid too. Alright, is this it? Hey, alright. Got it. Well, that was easy. Let's get out of here. I forgot I need to do the daily stuff. I completely forgot. Communications, multiple enemies with leader. Daily enemies. And where is DI? That Sanctuary of the Top. Let's go do DI real quick. All right, let's go. Oh crap, damn. We like barely made it in. Damn, there's only 3 people. I'm pretty sure this is the area we got yesterday too. Oh, now we got 4 people. It is indeed a lot of dragons. I don't think Canadians have the same mindset as we do in that regard. Hey, Mio. Gotta remember, most of the world can't really what's the word I'm thinking? Most of the world can't relate to us in that regard. Oh, did he get it or I get it? He got it, didn't he? Yeah, he did. Yeah. Wait, why am I stunned? Oh, he absolutely carried me. Wait, why me over everyone else? My damage sucks. Oh, we got someone else. Just show it up. Let's pop sword dance. Hey, thanks for following. Ooh, I don't have the merit weapon skill, so I can't lower his accuracy. Granted, it probably wouldn't matter anyway. Oh, damn. We have two people show up out of nowhere. Stab. Shank. Hey. Hey. Oh, he has Rooted Storm? Nice. Gearing up Dancer. It's a pretty fun job. Oh, he has the and that person showed up real late. He has the ambuscade dagger. Nice. There we got 450 points. Oh, we gotta wait a minute. No. Well, in the meantime, that means kill, destroy, death, murder. Kill, destroy, death, murder. Hey, these things are so weak. I remember when I used to level up off of these. They're so weak now. Nice. Alrighty. Let us warp out of here ourselves. Or let's go get 27 minutes. Why not? Razajima. Yeah, might as well. Let's get go get a bunch of merit points while we can. Shouldn't take too long. Oh, do we have any vorse seals we can level up? Any at all? Probably not. Oh, we got regen. Hey, nice from killing that dragon just now. Sick. Alright, Pururu. Or Sayer Man. Huru Muru. Right. And heal me. We are Spring Death Force. You're first. You know, just to make sure that we can get through the next couple of missions with ease. No gain EXP on this time, so. It's just to do it. Should take no more than like 10 minutes. This is actually my first time playing Dancer since I think since the Abyssia days. Ah, that was a waste. Damn. Oh well. Oh wait, we already screwed up on something. Endorsement ring. Yes, I should have had that on. I just lost 4,000 capacity points. I'm gonna get the mosquito. I'm being attacked from behind, aren't I? Yep. Nice. You know, I think doing command dance here is actually better than saber dance. Like, Apururu is literally doing nothing. I'm doing everything. At least healing one. What are you doing? Thank you. Alright, what we got in the box? Give me an ore. No. Oh, that was awful. No, I guess not. Yeah, we'll rock Fan Dance. It seems to be better. Alright, we're at 7 merits. Gotta get 23 more. No. How about the... Yeah, thank you. You know, I probably just never noticed the lack of reaction in the healing AI. Since my main character can just thrash through enemies so fast here. Probably just never noticed. It's probably always been like. Nice. Hey, we're at 8 job points. Here. There we go. Shank. I guess I'm gonna have to get this paralyzed off myself. But I got paralyzed trying to unparalyze. The irony. No! I'd rather you do anything than freaking AoE paralyze. Give me Razor Fang. Take like 2/3 of my HP. Just stop paralyzing me. For Pete's sake. God damn. Alright, we're at 12 merits. 18 to go. Oh no, I'm wrong. We can hold 31. No, he flashed me, so I'm gonna miss. A bunch. AoE sleep. Not on my watch. Unfortunately, we killed him too fast to the point that I can't level up my parry skill. Yeah. I need to get that bee over there. Oh, our endorsement ring wore off. Let's turn around. Yes, sir. I want to make sure I have some form of capacity points to gain up on. Hey, didn't lose the chain. Fuck, get an attack from something else. Hey. 35 more. Oops. Nice. A 9 job points. 9. 16 more mirror points to go. It's going pretty fast. Our inventory's full up. I gotta take care of that real quick. Yeah. We don't need these 3 rolling berries. I'll need these sickles. Attack it. Ah, I hate that. That's a waste of TP, but I wanted to make sure it dies so that we don't lose our capacity chain. Yeah. It felt like we were gonna lose it. We're at 19. Oh, There we go, Razor Fang. That's what I was saying earlier. I'd rather take that than freaking AoE paralyze. Ape, nice. Position ourselves in a way that we can target the caterpillar next. Here we go. Yo, 10 job points. Hey, thanks for following. Alright, how many more do we gotta go? 11. I wish I could play all my backlog FF without being distracted by 11. Oh, I know how you feel. I wish, the same. I've stopped playing this game many times because of that. Myself. Got my right eye. Being annoying. Oh, damn. Inventory's full again. Alright, let's see if we can take care of this while this is going on. I don't need royal jelly. That should be enough. We didn't lose it. Change it, dude. No, we did. Oh, man. I was too slow. Damn it. Oh, well, this sucks. Wait, get this paralyzed off me. I don't trust a Puru to heal me to save my life. My life was on the line. No, and he paralyzed me before he dies. What a shit. Oh, God. Ooh. Alright, okay, those are gone. The hat. Yeah, the hat. Sure. I don't have any other means of leveling up my capacity points, so I can use this hat. Hey, there we go. No, it's too late. Shit. Damn, I didn't even think I was that slow when we lost the chain. Damn. Come on. Jeez Louise. Fleur de Milan. Alright, presto. Reverse flare. Should get dark right there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, inventory. I don't need these savage shorts on. Alright, we need just 2 more. And we can get out of here. Jeez, that was hectic. How many more do we need? 70, 32? Yeah, 32 on the heal for 750 HP. Dude, my inventory's full again? I'm gonna have to take care of that after this. Jeez Louise. Should be the last one we need. Wow. Okay. That didn't take too long. Let's get out of here. Go spend the point. No. Hold on. Matsu hoard again. Yeah, okay, this part is actually hoarding. Damn it. Oh, it's because I got the copper voucher. Yeah, that's why. Okay. Alright, we'll go take care of this. Welcome to stream, Dead. The only way to get rid. Well, if you decide to play them all in one go like Aka, you'll only be away from 11 for a few months. That's true. That's very true. Alright, let's go spend our points we just earned. Figure out what we're going to do with our inventory. And then we'll go back to doing the Vicarious Resurgence. Alright, let's go to... over here. Hey, Dataless, hello. Well, it wasn't that it was making me mad. It was just that he paralyzed me at such an inconvenient time. Which I think got me to lose my capacity point chain. Which sucks. Alright, let's do job points. Job points are easier. Alright, we got 10 to spin, which means we can come out at 53. Superior 1 doesn't matter. We'll get 5 magic evasion, and we'll be 2 points away from 9%. Let's see. I think the easy choice is Flourish 2. Though I wasn't even using it there. I won't lie. So why don't we do Flourish 2? Now we can wear Superior 1 armor. Does that even matter anymore? I don't even know. Reduces TP consumption by 3%. I'm not doubting that that's like not good. Probably is. It's just I never use it. I say hold on to it because we could put one more in Walt Pointsy. Yeah. Alright, now job points, or merit points, what are we gonna spend them on? We already put all our points in the dance area. Combat skills. All that matter are done. Oh, that's right, I put 1 point in the enmity for the final fight of Rhapsody. Right. That helped too. Yeah, it helped. Probably attributes, I guess. Dex and strength are both 12. And leave me with 7. The only thing I'd be able to do is the last 3. Yeah. I think I'll do what I did last time. I'll put it in the bit, and I'll put in, agility. Yeah. For survivability's sake, I guess. And then, I mean, charisma helps our waltzes. Yeah. We'd only be able to do one, though. Well, let's do more, let's do more bit. Should we? Yeah. Now it costs us 12 points. No. Intelligence, mine. I don't really. I'm gonna do enemy. Enemy critical hit rate. You know, I'm just gonna do enmity. Yeah, just do enmity. Seems better. When will you have beaten 11 and move on to the other? When we finish Vicarious Resurgence. So we're pretty close. Or in manner of speaking. The only other stories. Oops, wrong one. The only other stories we have left would be the add-ons at that point, like Crystalline Prophecy, Moogle, Tufo, Coop, and Shantoto. So we only have one story that I care to do. Although maybe I should do those. But if I would do those, I should have did those a while ago. Alright, so we need to take care of this inventory. It's terrible. But we're on Vicarious Resurgence right now. We just finished Rhapsody no, not yesterday. On Monday. Alright, let's go to Juno. Go to port. Yeah, we finished it on Monday. I gotta sneeze. Alright, it's gone. Nice. Okay, so I need to hold on to these 4. Oh, we can use the slit pouch. Let's use that. Get rid of that. Get rid of the beads. Yes, sir. Alright, get rid of the seals. Here, you take these. Thank you. Oh, I had another one. I didn't see it. It's moving so too fast. Here we go. Thank you. Has anything sold? Well, I'm gonna assume no. I have bad luck. Oh, 2 things sold. Look, it's turning around. Are these worth anything? No, I think I'll actually hold on to this. This actually seems pretty good. Best I don't think I'll ever use. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever use these. Do I even have anything to sell? Anything that I care to sell? I have some stuff to the NPC off. I'm saving these. Yep. Do we have? Yep. Okay. Stack that. Okay. Anything else? We can get rid of this scale stuff. Alright, time to get rid of these crystals. What's the fastest way for us to get rid of these crystals? Oh, I know. Let's go to Lord Juno. Of course not. Oh, she has the Mythic White Mage Club. Wow. Never really see people make that. Mjolnir. How many days till I can interact with the goblin? 3 days. You know, Lummy, you're getting pretty close. He said we'd beat the game before we'd be able to interact with the goblin. Getting pretty close. Okay, cool. I think we're good for right now. We got 14 out of 30. Alright, let's go back to Sandoria. And we'll go turn in the Vicarious Resurgence quest. I'm most curious to see how this ends, because I have not done this story on my main account. So this will be the first time that I go through this. Wave. I see you finally decided to grace us with your presence. How dare you keep the princess waiting? That's rather rude, Calvatote. This adventurer kindly agreed to help me with my request. Isn't that right? Thank you for bringing me the Soligo flower. I must apologize for this, but I had some people look into your background. What I'm about to tell you is a Sandoria royal family secret. However, I feel comfortable telling you because I require your assistance with a certain matter. Can I swear you to secrecy? Princess? Will you keep it a secret? I can't. I wonder what happens if you pick this. Of course. I appreciate your discretion. Truth is, the Soligo flower is not for my brother. In fact, it is the very thing that causes him to fall ill in the first place. Ellipsis. There was a young woman who wore this flower in her hair upon visiting House Viragut. My brother took ill soon after meeting this woman. My brother, who hates attending balls as a matter of course, saw this as an opportunity to get out of his duties. That is the truth behind Monolaris Halver was talking about. Calvatote looked into the matter and it apparently has something to do with our particular body composition. Yes, I believe it's known as a aligo radical reaction. I totally messed it up. Or maybe it's an allergen reaction. It is quite the mystery. Aside from my brother and me, nobody else is adversely affected by this flower. Yes, its effects as well. It affects me as well, just like it does my brother. Princess. Hang in there. I shall bring you some peppermint at once. I'm fine, Calvato. I'm sorry to have worried you, adventurer. The peppermint that grows in the garden here is capable of counteracting the strange effect the flower has on our bodies. However, very few people know about this, not even Monolaris Halver. Could I ask you to leave this particular matter out when you report back to him? Yo, hey Dan, thank you so much for the raid, sir. Thank you. Dan, what the heck is Pizza Tower? What is that? Pizza Tower. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Came along with Dan's raid. Hello. It's a tower made of pizza. Yes, simply tell him that you prepared some medicine for Prince Tryon and that he has nothing to worry about. We grow the peppermint here in the garden. We now have this rare Psycho flower here, thanks to. It will not grow back or fall into someone else's hands for a little while at least. I shall dispose of the flowers, so I'm counting on you to handle the rest. It's a platformer, one of the better ones in the last few years. Not quite Celeste or Super Meat Boy, but good stuff. I have never heard of it. I don't doubt you. I hope you had a nice time playing it. Not to be confused with the Leaning Tower, which is actually a building in Italy. Well, did you speak with Calavut, the gardener? Is that so? You managed to prepare the medicine? This is excellent news. House Vira Gout. Ball is coming up soon. I shall sleep more soundly at night. Although there is still one problem remaining. I have decided on a possible replacement for Prince Tryon's dance partner. Princess Calady. And Princess Calady is not feeling well. She would usually be replaced by Corellia. You see, what Prince Tryon cannot really can't really be called dancing. So we require a skilled individual that is able to keep up with him. However, Corella will be sharing a first dance with the heir of the house, T. Lamoni, at this ball. Sharing a first dance, or to put it in simpler terms, a way to check their romantic compatibility. The people of the Chateau de Raguli cannot stop talking about it. They say it's only a matter of time before General Corella of the Temple Knights becomes Marquis Corella instead. To be honest, I think my younger sister is a better match for him. You think your younger sister is a better match for everyone? Let us return to talking about the ball, shall we? I'm having trouble thinking of any other possible replacements for Princess Calady, aside from Corellia. Therefore, it is imperative that Princess Calady is healthy enough to attend the ball. Naturally, I wish for her to be in good health at other times too. Please remember to pray for her as well. Give me my money. Dan, I'm surprised you're not speedrunning Resident Evil 4. It'll happen for sure. Oh, it's the sad music. I'm glad to see you, Akane. I'm afraid that a rather unfortunate incident has occurred. I found Princess Calady collapsed on the floor. Although she does not appear to suffer from a fever, she did not have the strength to stand. We have had both a doctor and a fair examine her, but the cause of her affliction remains a mystery. The king said she was simply tired and that we should not worry, but still. Who will be Princess Tryon's dance partner now? Forgive me. There's no need to get yourself all worked up, Albert. Forgive me, Prince Tryon. I'm sorry that all your work behind the scenes for this ball has been for naught. One can still socialize at the ball without dancing. You know, my father can be stuck in his ways sometimes. With all due respect, Prince Tryon, I believe you are downplaying the significance of a dance. Dancing is a form of nonverbal communication. You press forward on your partner at times, but must also meet them halfway at others. That is why I'm not so fond of it. Still, I have not given up. I simply need to find a replacement for Princess Kaladi. I heard that Kaladi's usual replacement, Corella, declined because she is too busy. No, Corella is not busy. She was asked to have the first dance by Lord Galtane, heir of House Tilamoni. What did you just say? I imagine some difficulties may arise due to their difference in stature, but Corella would make a fine countess. In fact, it is quite possible that she ends up being the one keeping Lord Galtane in check. Would you not agree, Prince Tryon? Ellipsis. What? Prince Tryon? What is it? That reminds me. We could always ask my younger sister. Your what? She would be the perfect replacement. She's a skilled dancer, and unlike me, she's actually quite fetching. Although, as captain of the Cameron Swallows, she's usually rather busy. Is he gonna laugh too? Your sister? I refuse. Damn, he just refuses up to his face and then walks off. Ouch. Everyone's refusing. Did he really have to be so forceful with his rejection? At any rate, I doubt anyone would be able to come up with a better idea. There is nobody other than my sister Altenia that can take Princess Claudia's place. Oh, so she survived the war. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, my sister's unit is currently away from the kingdom in order to hunt down a monster that appeared in Ragamount's past. Wait, I know. I could just have you take this letter to Altenia and summon her to the capital. This goes without saying, but you do not have a choice in the matter. You must leave the Ragamount's past at once. Okay. How's 11 going? Did I read that this is new stuff for you? Yeah. So the last thing we did, which was Rhapsody of Vanadia. That was like meant to be the final story in this game back in like 2015. But in 2020, they were like, you know what? We're gonna make another one. But I wasn't playing the game at that time. So, and they actually just finished the story to this like a week before we started playing it. On stream. So I have done, I think, like the first 3 chapters of it, but I haven't done anything after that. So I have no idea like how it goes after that or how it is. So I'm quite curious. But this is one of the last things we have to do in the game, actually. Like, we're getting towards the end of our playthrough here. There are 3 other stories that we could possibly do. They're called like Crystallline's Prophecy, the Moogle Kupo Epitaph, and then Shantoto's Ascension. These were meant to be done back in the 75 days, and I didn't do them back back then because I don't think we would have been able to do the final fights in them at that time, and I just kind of forgot about them. They're really short. I think we're going the right way. There are those to do, but I won't lie, I don't really care to do them. Not really, but maybe I should just do it. No, this is the wrong way. Yeah, no, that's to Vorkalspa. Amazing the continued support for this. It's great to see, given the fans are still there. Yeah. Yeah, the thing they added in 2015 was free. And it's quite long too. So, and that was nice. And they added in this storyline that they've added in 2 is also free, so it's not like the other expansions that you have to pay for. The last thing you actually had to pay for outside of like the subscription in this came out in like 2013. So it's nice. Yeah, we're playing as just a pure dancer, yeah. So it's been pretty nice. Also, like outside of like story stuff, they've also been supporting it for quite a while with like events and new gear and all kinds of stuff to keep it going. Like if we can find someone. Yeah, so this right here, these pants, for years, like years, they were only able to +1. So they're blue outline now, which means he has them +2, and you can actually +3 them as well. That the event they added in so that you could do that is not. I don't even think it's a year old. So like every job has like 3 specific job related gear sets. So it goes artifact armor, which is usually 50 through 60 in level. Then you had relic armor, which is 70 through 75. And then you had Empyrean armor, which is what this guy's wearing, which is what these pants are. I don't remember the levels of that. I think it was like 80 through 90, I think, or something like that. And then so Square over the years have been adding ways for you to level those sets up to eye level 19, which is like the current way, like max for gear at the moment. And so they finally did it for the 3rd specific set. And then they added an event alongside with it as well called Sortie. So they've been adding a lot of stuff to the game to keep it going. Quite a bit of stuff. I think we want to go to. Okay, so we want to go to East Ron Fair. I always get this mixed up. So it's pretty nice. That's it. For me as a player, even back when like Final Fantasy 14 was coming out in 2010, which was only 8 years into this game's maybe it's 7 years, but 7 years and some change into this game's lifespan. Even back then, like I saw no point in playing like another MMO at all, because I still had I still had like so many things to do in this game that I was like, why would I even want to? Like, why would I even want to? And still to this day, that rings true still to this day. Like, I can still find stuff for me to do. That would take like a long while. Like I on my main account, I have the goal of trying to make all the rare hand-to-hand weapons in the game, and I'm currently 3 out of 6 now because they just added a new one with the prime weapon, and they haven't even finished the updating those yet. I haven't looked anything into it at all though, so like we'll see how that works when we get there, but that takes quite a while to do. Well, I wasn't commenting on the state of 14's launch at all. Like, its launch could have been is irrelevant, really. It could have been the most perfect game. I would feel the same way. The point I was getting is that I did not like the idea of investing 8 years of my life into one game just to go play a new one that also wants you to play it for years. I didn't see any point in it. That was the point I was making. Because I also played World of Warcraft for like a week, which many people would have considered better than this game. I didn't care for that either. I could have just survival guide here, but... No, it's not relevant to my... It's not relevant to my experience. I don't think that's the part you're understanding. World of Warcraft was insanely successful of a video game back when I played it, but I didn't care to play the game. I played it for a week, but all I wanted to do was go back to Final Fantasy XI. Why? Because I've already, at that point, invested so much time into the game. And I still had so many things to do. that the question was, why would I want to start over in a brand new game? Oh shit. I didn't realize this was gonna start a fight. Yeah, but there's no real evidence that supports that. Not really. Like, they didn't cancel EverQuest 1 when EverQuest 2 came out. There's no real... There's nothing that supports it or denies it. Well, the players thought the game was ending. Well, the players thought Square were gonna end the game. But that... Looking back on it, when you look back on it and you actually look like what they were doing, it's not really hard, concrete evidence. Not really. It's just what the players felt at the time. Because we didn't understand, personally, why... We were all dumbfounded why you would come out with a new MMO when the first one is already like successful and still thriving. We didn't understand that. So we naturally thought the game was going to cease, because why would you want to maintain 2 MMOs at that time? Couldn't really understand that. Wait, this is the young Griffin's theme. Tell me, adventurer, where is that Sciodon that I chased here? Dead. What? You managed to slay it by yourself? Of course. How impressive. How would you like to join my unit and hone your skills even further? That was a joke. I did not mean to put you on the spot, adventurer. At any rate, your help is appreciated. That monster was attacking anyone who ventured through the pass. That is why we were sent out here, but we found it to be rather fleet of foot. My unit got separated while we were trying to track it. Strangely, that particular species is usually found in the Razawa continent to the north. We will need to investigate what it was doing down here. Forgive me, I must give you a reward for your trouble. You have my gratitude, though. I do not have anything to give you at the moment, so please visit the castle in Sandoria sometime. Just ask for Altenia, Knights of the Sandoria, and they will talk to you. What's that? You need to speak to me about something? Here you go. Hey, Stereo. A ball? Is he serious? Forgive me. It's just my brother still thinks of me as an innocent little girl. In fact, I carry the responsibilities of leading an elite military unit on an important mission. Hunting down this monster was not as easy as my brother seems to think it was. Besides, the expedition is just pretense. We are supposed to head north in order to investigate some mysterious egg up there. And please forget what I just said. I simply meant to say that I cannot abandon my mission. You understand, right? What egg? I could have sworn I just said forget. You're just like my brother. Actually, I imagine an adventurer like you may have heard news of this egg somewhere. If you ever heard a word, please tell Lord Rahal or Lord Exumil of the Royal Knights. Naturally, you can tell Lord Corella of the Temple Knights too. Actually, maybe you should tell her something else instead. About her dance partner that my brother mentioned in the letter. Lord Galtane can be rather incorrigible man at times. Corrigible? He is quite infamous among the knights, but it may be difficult for her to refuse him. You see, Lord Galtane outranks Lord Corell, and his house wields a great deal of influence. That is why I think it would be best if Tryon himself broke up the whole thing. I want you to tell my brother that he needs to convince Tryon to do this. If the prince simply says that he wants to dance with Lady Corell, then everything will be resolved. Oh, it seems my unit's looking for me. I must go now. Now then, take care on your journey home, adventurer. I hope to see you again someday. That's cool. We actually haven't seen her since the Sandorian story in Wings of the Goddess. Because I don't think you can find her as an NPC in the current day. I don't think so. That's cool. I think that's the first character I think that's shown up that's been like that. I think. No, see, like, so what I'm saying is, like, the players felt like this game was ending, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was true. It is ultimately what I'm getting at. Like, there was doom and gloom from the players, but obviously it's coming from a position of we don't want what we enjoy to end. Is where it's coming from. So you might, in that notion, read more into it negatively than it actually is. But when I look back and I actually see what Square was doing at the time, like, what were they doing? They offered you to carry over your name from Final Fantasy 11 into 14, but not really, because it was your name and your server tied to your name, so nobody ever even really used the service, and they shut it down really fast. What else? They shut down the email on the Play Online viewer, and they also shut down the Tetra Master, because you could play Tetra Master in the Play Online viewer. Yet people often complain about how they hate Tetra Master. And I don't really think people use the email on Play Online Viewer that much anyway, because people complained about having to go through Play Online Viewer to play this game anyway. And over the years, they have been stripping it, even like well before this. They have been stripping it of features to streamline it so that it, you could just get into the game faster. So like when I think about it back then, because a lot of people use those two things as an example for like, oh, it's doom and gloom for Final Fantasy 11, but really it's cutting like the fat of stuff that people barely really even use and offering a service that's not even that great, that I should say that wasn't even that great to begin with. The only other thing that they really did else was offer a subscription, offer you I think it was $5 less off your subscription to 11 if you subbed to both 11 and 14. I think that was probably the best thing that they did. But I don't look at any of those really outside of maybe the subscription as saying like maybe they had intentions of shutting it down. Not really. But people were using the email stuff as like doom and gloom, but I think it was an overreaction for the most part. I think it was just mainly worrying and overreacting. But like I said earlier, though, to me, it was very strange considering the fact that like maintaining MMOs, especially if they have a high population, is a very expensive endeavor. So I didn't really understand why you would want to have a second MMO come out while your first MMO you're still regularly updating and releasing content for it. Because 14 came out before the great server merge even happened, before they even merged the servers. They came out when 16 servers were still in the game. Hey Chan, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome, Raiders from Chan's raid. How's it going? So, like, I personally didn't understand why you would want to have a second MMO, because it's very expensive to maintain both of them and put out content for both of them at the same time. So I personally just didn't understand it. Not really. The same, I don't really understand why there's EverQuest 2, why they would want to have EverQuest 2 when EverQuest 1 was... EverQuest 1 was still good. One of my favorite MMO. That's what I'm pretty much getting at. But I personally don't really think there was really any concrete stuff that spelled like we are going to end this game. Because even when you look at it nowadays, even when you look at it nowadays, this game makes Square, people estimate around like $1 million a month. And while that's probably a drop in the bucket for their overall profits as a company, it's still kind of nice knowing that you can generate a passive amount of revenue with low expenses to boot. So I don't know. Like it's a nice passive income for them. So in a way, you wouldn't. I financially wouldn't even, if I was in charge, I wouldn't do that. Like, yeah, that would be kind of moronic to me from a business standpoint. Yeah, you basically have to maintain a skeleton crew and just offer enough to keep the loyal fan base there, which is what they've been doing for years. And it wasn't that long ago. Someone posted a Reddit thread where they went through and they pulled up data on how many people were on the 8 remaining servers, and then they calculated if, you know, there's obviously a margin of error in it, just like how there is with every like math equation. But they came out to that square with making about $1 million a year off this game in subscription fees, and that's probably not even counting like the people who are subscribed to or who are subscribing with the MOG wardrobes. So, like, this has been. The population of this game would have had to really, really die down for them to, I think, can't do away with it. Unless they make an offline version like Dragon Quest, they could bomb the servers and preserve it. It just says they greenlighted it. Yeah, I don't really think... I don't know, because it, like I said, like when like for instance, when they came out with 14, Wings of the Goddess wasn't even finished yet, like at all. Which is ironic. It wasn't even finished, and not only that. So the Crystalline Prophecies and all of these came out like a year before, the year prior to 14's release. But Abyssia came out the same year that 14 came out. And so, yeah, Abyssia came out the same year 14 came out, which was 2010. And they released it in 3 stages. And each stage added 3 new areas, and this was the content that added in the 3rd iteration of armor to the game for jobs. This added the 3rd iteration of rare weapons in the game, the Empyrean weapons. This added a completely different way of like playing the game that was never even present in the game at all with how Abyssia works and stuff like that. And they supported it for a while, and then they released Walk of Echoes later after that, like and stuff like that. And then between 2010 and like 2013, which is between the release of Abyssia and Alduin, they released a bunch of content during that time to support the game. So it's like, it's, I don't know. I don't think this game was ever designed to really be like completely shut down. If there was ever a point in time that I would say that it was designed for that, it would have been in 2015 when they added Rhapsody of Vana'diel, because it was the first time they ever added credits in the game, like an actual ending credits. When you beat Rhapsody, you get an ending credit, and then it also has like, they also went out of their way to go get like 100+ people across all the remaining servers in the game to sing in the ending of the game and stuff like that. And they even have a line like saying like, "Thank you for your 14 years of service," and stuff like that, and all that stuff. So if there was ever a time that I think that they would have ended the game, it would have been with Rhapsody. But then they didn't. And then they just kept going. So It was nice. Yeah, we watched it the other day. It was nice. As long as the game is profitable, they'll keep it going. I think so. It doesn't really make sense to me, no. Like, to me, I don't get, like, I just don't get it. Like, seeing the release date that 14 was in when it was released, I really wish I would have played it when it came out, just so I could see what it was like experience it for myself, so I could have that experience. But knowing that it was atrociously bad financially for them and for the player, I don't really understand the logic of even coming out with it in the first place at that time. Yeah, I don't get it. When the Realm Reborn happened, you said that was like 2013. That would have made more sense, because they consolidated the servers in this game in 2012, March 2012, from 16 to 8. Now, there were still quite a few people playing because they had server problems of overload back then. But I mean, it's still, if you have server problems, it means quite a few people are still playing the game in 2012. So I don't really. Maybe they just wanted to try something new. Well, what did my sister say? Wait, why isn't she with you? What did you say? I can't believe that my adorable sister would turn her back on her own brother like this. No, this is no time for me to be crying. Now that I think about it, my dear sister is right. If we can convince Prince Tryon that he wants to dance with Corella, no one else, all of our problems will be solved. Of course, we are doing this for the prince's own good. It should be that Lord Gallatin of the house Telamoni that is crying, not me. I'm counting on you, Akane. I shall speak with him, so please head to Prince Tryon's room once you are ready. There is no need for concern. In private, Prince Tryon is a gentle soul. Quite different from his stern face he presents to the world. You say that now. Come in. Wait, what? Why this music? This is the scheming music. Ah, Akane. I know why you're here. Although I do not exactly understand what Halver means. So basically, you're here to change my mind about this matter. In that case, how about you do so via a test restraint? Talk about Corella. How will you convince Tryon? Talk about Corella? What about Corella? She will be dancing with Lord Gallatin, right? That should be a sight to see. How will you convince him? Gallatin? He is Gallatin's dance partner, right? It is just as you say. I have also heard that he is not a very friendly person. He has performed many deeds that call his character into question, and my people report that he has a rather dour personality. Don't get me wrong. I do not have him investigated or anything. It's not like I was asking about him. I just happened to overhear people's conversations. Uh-huh. Do you want to see how we're don't you want to dance with Corella? Corella. Naturally, it's not like I don't want to dance with her. Oh no, it's the sad music. Since I'm unable to dance with Kaladi, Corella is the only one left who can keep up with me. I can say that for certain. I approach everything I do straight on, with the utmost effort. She is the only one who can match me. Although, have you heard why she hides her left eye? No? I'm quite curious. I see. In that case, I will spare you the details. However, it is true that I am directly involved in that matter. That is as much proof as anything that she is on my level. No, beyond me. Wait. We were supposed to be talking about dancing. At any rate, this needs to start with Corella herself feels. With what she feels. How do you feel about it? What do you mean, how do I feel? Taking a minute. It is useless to talk about this any further. He runs away. If you were going to get me to change my mind, then the only way to do it will be through a clash of our blades, fists, and feelings. Meet me at the balance next. Obelit. That is where. The two of us shall settle this matter. It shall be a battle to the death. Trying is so freaking... God, he is so damn over the top. Jeez Louise. What a hardhead. It just lacked leadership. They just had assets of it put together. Ow. You don't really come here that often. Not really. My health is low. Oh, okay. So that's what this is for. Oh, that makes sense now. I can't get this stage select music from Mega Man 2 out of my mine. Mega Man 2. Heal ourselves. We're gonna one-on-one this. Oh shit, he lit. Whoa! Damn, it's holy on me from the get-go. Damn it. He wasted no time. Alright, let's lower his HP. My damage sucks. Hey, he wanted to duel me in the basement. Blame him. Not me. I can't really see it much of a difference. He hasn't weapon skilled yet, so I don't know how much his damage is gonna be. No, don't hold. I might as well wait. Yeah, say he's not a person I thought we would be fighting. Taste oblivion. You say that, but alright, his defense down is gone. Whoa, what is he doing? What the hell is that? Royal Savior gains the effects of Protect. The hell? Oh, is he invincible? Oh, you jackass. I'm gonna turn around. Oh, okay, so that gave him Protect. Oh, God, he's fucking the shit out of himself. Ow! 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 Oh, holy dude, Jesus. Stop that. Alright, can I hit you now? Yep. Ow! Dude, that hurts. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just use the time that I'm flat to lower your defense. Nice, wear it off right on time. What kind of paladin gets access to Cure 6? You cheater! You spamming ass! Oh, he finally what's his spell? Alright, I'm gonna double down here. Okay, that might have been a bad plan. No, no, we're fine, we're fine. Alright, let's top our HP up. What? Ah, it missed. Yeah, this thing sucks about flat blade. It misses a lot. Ow. Get shanked. I feel amazing. It is like a great burden has been lifted from my shoulders. I never expected a mere adventurer such as yourself to do so much for me. Now then, I suppose I should go and speak with Corella. Okay. Okay. I wasn't expecting fighting him at all. That was cool. I think this is Halver's, right? Oh no, this is her. She's right here. Yep, there she is. Ah, it's you, adventurer. I was about to begin training today with Prince Tryon when Prince Tryon came and told me something rather startling. Apparently, he knew my plans to dance with Lord Gautan at Count Vigorot's ball and said that it would not be necessary. Oh, okay. What are you guys doing behind that curtain? Ellipsis. So you must be the adventurer known as Akane that he was talking about. I have something for you along with a message. Malahalaris Halver tells me that Prince Tryon will be speaking to me directly about us dancing together. And this is something I received from His Highness. Does this mean... Wait a moment. That means you are responsible for bringing Prince Tryon to me. I cannot thank you enough. So that's what you wanted all this time, huh? Twin shield. What is this? Oh, it's can't put it on. Any job can wear it. Oops. Oh, okay. It's just oh, it's Tryon's shield. Yeah, it's the shield that he had, I think. Right? Oh, that's cool. Although I will never use it as a dancer, but hey, cool regardless. Alright, let's zone out. Why don't we go to Jonger Forest? Let's go to Jonger Forest while we wait. We gotta wait till the next game day. So let's go to the survival book. That's not sus. I'm an angel? No, that's not true. Snowy Dance is an angel. Snowy 5599. Serial killer. Starry 5599. Angel. Oh, this dude totally has that add-on that automatically teleports your people. Yeah, he totally has that on. That's how they just disappeared so fast like that. We want to go to norm. Yeah, let's go here. I totally play waifu games for the combat. Who doesn't, though? Alright, so let us find some orcs. In the meantime, we have to wait a game day until we can do the next quest. So might as well go and work on some other stuff while we wait. Oh hey, here's the orc right here. Wait. Let's put that egg on. Treasure hunter +1, baby. Shank him. He didn't drop what we needed. Snowy, have you played that waifu shooting game? Is it called Nike or something like that? Have you played that or seen that? I got like real popular. At least it seemed like it did. For like a month. I don't even think we'll be able to get what we want by the time it changes to the next day. I saw someone play it, but I haven't myself. I get ads for it on YouTube all the time. I heard that, oh, hey, there we go. Got it. All right, nice. I heard that, YouTube is now limiting how many videos you can watch if you run an ad blocker. I saw something about it, like you're limited to watching 3 videos a day, I think, if you run an ad blocker. I think it's like a recent thing they started incorporating. But how would they know? I mean, they know. It's not illegal to run an ad blocker. It's just not in their interest, but they're well aware of it. Like they're well aware of it. Like they've known all this time. The question to me though is, why did it take them so long to do this? Because it's not like it's a new thing. That to me is what I'm interested in more. I'm like, why did it take you so long to implement this? This has been going on for years. I guess I have the same, I guess I get the same feeling I have about with, like, why people are so adamant about Blizzard, Microsoft buying Blizzard. When they're, like, shouting about exclusivity, and I would say, like, but this has been going on for, like, a decade. I haven't changed anything, still not getting limited. I have their subscription service, so I don't see ads because I have that. But they know. It's self-defeating. They're going to spend millions trying to stop a blocker in a endless money pit. It's not like they don't have the money to burn though. I mean, in my thinking, at the end of the day, it's fine. 'Cause, I mean, it's not gonna hurt them either way. Even if it fails, they're gonna make up that money like a quarter later. Anyway, so the worst with YouTube ads is getting ads at the start of the video. Creator does their own video ad in the first couple of minutes, and then YouTube plays more. Well, okay, I can only speak to my experience when I was in the YouTube partnership before they kicked me out of it. Yeah, the creators, just like on Twitch, can place their ads in their videos to where they want them to be. There's an automatic. When I had it, there was a feature that would automatically place ads in your video based upon what it felt that when most people watch your stuff. And so I can tell you from when my experimenting with it is that it would put a lot of ads at the very beginning of the video because that's when people would watch your video the most. Because viewer retention, pretty much, like most people are going to fall off as the video goes on. So if they're using the automatic service, maybe that's what's happening. I don't know if things have changed since I've been kicked out, but almost every ad you see on it, if they're in the partnership program, the creator has a choice of where they can place them and stuff like that. At this point, YouTube is the modern TV of old. Yeah, but you don't have to pay for it though. Like how you have to pay for cable. Yo, got what we needed. Hell yeah, dude. Nice. Is there I think there's a survivor book inside. Why'd they kick you out? Because they upped their partnership requirements and I didn't fit the requirements. So I got kicked out of it. I don't remember what year this was. It was a while ago. I got the partnership because I made my YouTube account back in 2007. And YouTube started in 2006. So I got my partnership status with really not even having to work for it. I'll be honest. I just got it because I made an account a long ass time ago. So I was sad to lose it, but I never earned it to begin with. I'll be honest. I really can't remember what year that was. All right, let's go to Constadt Highlands, I guess. I get why they have a sponsor, but it's anyone for me. But is anyone for me as a... But it's annoying for me. That is the part of paying for premium. Wait a minute. That is the annoying part of paying for premium. You still get in-video ads. Well... I hate to be the negative Nancy about this subject, but you really can't be mad at the creator for doing it. Yeah, I feel like being mad at the creator is the easier. I'm not talking about you because this brings your comment reminds me of a comment that I read a couple months ago where a guy said something similar but a lot worse. Because he didn't, his comment really, like, showed you how he didn't understand how YouTube worked. But, to me, I view it like piracy. The same way. It's really easy to blame the creator for it. But what is the creator to do? The creator has no control over if people are going to use an ad block or not. And since the invention of ad block, creators' income on YouTube has been cut nearly in half. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, do you want the video at all? Not like you, but I'm not you in general, but I'm like, do you want the video at all? Because, I mean, they have to make money somehow. But it's people who honestly, that stuff came to be. That stuff wasn't prevalent when ad blockers weren't prevalent. And then that stuff became prevalent in YouTube when ad blockers became prevalent. So honestly, it's easier to blame the creator because they're the easier target, but the people to really be blaming are the people that cause the situation, which are the people that use ad block, who make it to where everybody on the platform makes less. So then people do in-video ads because, I mean, they have to make up the loss somehow. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I understand it's annoying. It's just if it's annoying at, like, towards the creator, it's the wrong person to be annoyed at. It's the same with piracy. It's the same with piracy. People want to blame companies. Like, you can't reasonably sit here and say that it's crazy for a company to protect their own product. You cannot say that's crazy. If you do, you are living in a fantasy world. Because there is no way you are going to spend a multi-million dollars, millions and millions of dollars on something and not try to prevent it from being pirate. You're not going to. You're not going to. And the rise in stuff to prevent people from pirating games, which people love to complain about, ruins the quality of the game. You have exactly the people to blame who are pirating the game. But it's easier to blame. It's easier to blame the company for doing it. But they wouldn't be doing it in the first place if people weren't pirating the game like they used to not do. So I view it the exact same way. It's easier to blame the company. They're the easier target. But what's harder to do is blame your fellow man that is creating the issue. They've created the environment and the companies are reacting to it. You can't really... It's not really crazy to invest $200 million into a product and want to, like, protect it. Or, like, $50 million. That's... You know? That's why YouTube. That's what YouTube's doing, though. They will increasingly make it unwatchable to make you subscribe. You know, I think this. You know what I think this really comes back to, especially with YouTube in particular, is the same thing that Twitch has a problem with. I honestly think this comes back to the exact same issue, is that these companies, their ideas were made off business plans that were not sustainable, that are in long term, they were not revenue driven. And unlike the rest of the world, where if you and me start a business, the business that I run, I have to make more money than I spend, or else I can't do that forever. Right? That's a real world experience. But if you think about it, YouTube and Twitch have the exact same problem. Is that what they're doing is ridiculously expensive. Like, YouTube has to constantly add servers because they don't in any way limit people to how much they can upload to their platform whatsoever. And it all has to be treated as equal. Like, equal. Not saying it shouldn't. I'm just saying they have to. And all of it stays. And they've only, like, recently started doing things to where, like, if your account is inactive for, like, 2 years, they'll start removing your videos or stuff. Because that shit's expensive. And if you go back to it, it's not YouTube that's making Google money. Google makes majority of its money off its ads that it sells. Google is like one of the, if not the biggest... If not the biggest, but one of the biggest ad sellers in the world. But it's not YouTube that's making them a lot of money. And just like Twitch, YouTube costs them more money than it makes them most of the time. So I think it's the exact same problem. Is that these businesses, their business model from the very beginning was never sustainable, ever. And it was more about getting users. It was more about getting users to watch your stuff, a lot of people to watch your stuff at first, and hoping that they transfer over. But unlike Twitch, that has a subscription service and stuff like that and all that jazz, YouTube's only income that they could generate for the longest period of time was ads, and people started blocking them, which means that you cut YouTube's revenue in half, which it's already in the red. But you make it even worse. So there honestly is a breaking point. They can't unless they want to just constantly offer it for free because they make the money up in their endeavors in other places, sure. But as YouTube as a company, a separate entity, that's terrible as a business. It's absolutely atrocious. It's not sustainable whatsoever. And if they didn't have Daddy Google, it wouldn't be a product anymore. And it's the same with Twitch. If it wasn't for Amazon, it most likely wouldn't be a product anymore. So as much as, and just like with Twitch, we have grown accustomed to the way that they are. But the way that they are is not sustainable. And it never was. So you have two realities. Either support it or it dies. And that's pretty much it. Really. Or the third one, which is not related to you and it's related to the company, is just write it off as a loss leader for its existence. For its existence, which you have no control over. So I don't I personally couldn't run my business in the red year on year and still have my business. The government, the actual government in taxes will, like, after a certain amount of years, will actually, like, divert it to a hobby if you do that. So it's one of those things. I said it before. I said it before. Almost every website makes majority of their monies off ads. Almost every website on the internet, if it has any kind of revenue, it most likely pulls it from ads. There's some special cases, of course. Nothing's absolute, but ads is like a norm for almost any like let's just use IGN as an example. They make majority of their money off ads. Well, what am I doing? So it's an unnecessary evil. Like, I don't know where it came from, and I guess it's just the birth of the internet, but for some reason, a lot of us expect, like, the stuff to be free for some reason because it's on the internet, but they have to have a cost. They have to make up a cost somewhere. Ads are the norm even in sports. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised they haven't implemented a limit. I'm kind of surprised they haven't either. But, like, YouTube and Twitch are loss leaders. They don't make, like, Amazon does not report the money that Twitch makes. And any person who's in business can tell you it's because Twitch does not make Amazon money at all. As, like, Twitch is just by itself. AWS, the technology they bought Twitch for, does. But Twitch itself does not. Because when you have a product that makes money, you want to brag about it. Because the more you brag about it, the more people are going to want to be a part of it and sponsor it, put their stuff on it. But Twitch does, Amazon doesn't, and they never have. Even Charmin's toilet paper needs to add, even if we buy them already. Yeah. But okay, so like what the comment the other person said the other day that was kind of related to what you said, Stereo, was that they said they were annoyed. They said that they were annoyed that they paid for YouTube Premium, yet there was still ads that the person creating the video would put in their video. And they said that that person needs to make 2 videos, one with the embedded ad and one without the embedded ad, because they didn't like the fact that they saw the embedded ad in their video, which to me was like, you have no idea how YouTube works. Because that is like, if you created 2 videos, you would cannibalize your channel by doing that. Because one would do well, and you'd have another one, the other one would do worse, and then YouTube would be like, why are you making the exact same, like 2 of the exact same videos? And they'd be like, which one do we recommend? And stuff like that, and it just gets confusing. You know what you say to that? Fuck you, pay me. I had a friend crying because her favorite Netflix show was canceled, and I told her that she purchased an actual Netflix account instead of pirating it, that maybe her watch time numbers would have counted. Ah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, you can't really, yeah. You can't really, I mean, it's not a crazy concept. You can't expect stuff to stay around if you don't support it. And their sponsor would get upset that no one's watching. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly. And their sponsor would get upset. Exactly, because their sponsorship ad wouldn't be seen by many people, so then in turn that creator runs the risk of getting less sponsors. Yeah, so like it doesn't like that, it's just that stuff is not grounded in reality of how it works. The reality is what the reality is what people don't want to accept, is that the current state is brought by ad blockers, but people don't want to accept that. By ad. Which brings the conversation full circle. If you sub the retail FF11, you still get FF11 support and longevity. That's true too. They gave us all this free stuff because people have been supporting the game for so long. Or still to this day. Well done, Akane. I see the ball at House Vigorot was a rousing success. Also, the ball already happened. Everyone was quite astonished by Prince Trion's performance. Indeed, he exceeded all expectations. Furthermore, I also received my fair share of praise from King Destin. So once again, I appreciate your efforts regarding this matter. Although there is one more thing. Prince Tryon is requesting your presence. Please accompany me to his chambers. Okay. Oh, the cutscene's gonna happen automatically, yeah? Ah, there you are, Akane. Yeah, I see the orchestrator behind these events has finally decided to grace us with her presence. We were just hearing about our brother's performance at the ball the other day. Our esteemed brother had little to do with it. Corella deserves most of the credit. Oh? Oh, snap. Dang, look at him, all fancy. She glided across the dance floor, radiating elegance as her sun-kissed hair caught the eye of those in attendance. With each sweeping turn, quiet voices of admiration rose within the crowd. Now, this is a nice picture. The beauty of her grace, the beauty and grace of her movements resembled a large wreath of roses in full bloom. It was an enchanted affair, with those in attendance feeling as if they were in a vivid waking dream. You have quite a way with words, dear brother. I imagine Corella was merely holding on for dear life, as if she was riding a wild bull. Strange metaphor aside, I think the two of you are a perfect match. What? Perhaps it's time for me to serve as Corella's standby instead. Hey, let us not rush to rash decisions now. Come on, brother. Come now, brother. You stole Corella away from Lord Galatine. It is your duty as a knight to accept responsibilities for such an action. Yes, I suppose you're right, but... I'm glad that my brother is finally able to admit his true feelings. Honestly, I was worried that he might not even realize how he felt about her. I imagine you must realize the truth about me as well. Thanks to you, I was able to use my illness exactly as I intended. Uh-oh. Who could this be? Enter and be quick about it. What is it now? We are not finished talking here. Prince Tryon, I bring in important news. What is the matter? Captain Rahal is waiting for you in the Royal Knight's quarters. We have an urgent message from a unit that was dispatched to the Northlands. I shall go at once. Things are going perfectly. And now there is talk of the Northlands? What are you up to, brother? I don't think he's up to anything. I wonder what this is about. I mean... Akane, I would like to ask for your assistance once again. Please help my dear brother. Oh shit, what am I doing? I probably had to go speak Rao. Why did I leave the chateau? I wasn't thinking. Oops. They gotta give Rao a better pose than this. Come on, man. He looks... I can't get over this every single time. Why does he look like this? He doesn't even look like he's actual human. Or, like, a person. And then he stands regular. What? Yeah, see, now he's standing regular. Leave me be. I don't have time for you now. Oh, it's you. Ah, it's you. I heard about what happened with Altinia. You helped her take down the monster at Ragamunt's Pass without any concern for your own safety. I believe she spoke with you about information regarding a certain egg, yes? No, sorry. Are you sure? She was planning to speak with you regarding the matter. Apparently, she didn't know that the information about the egg was linked to the reports you received from Kumar Recon. I already spoke with Tryon in regards to the matter after he returned from the ball. Just a proper investigation was about to be launched. Uh-oh, there he is. Why are they playing the... They're playing the BCMN music. You are in even worse shape than I thought. Tell me about what happened in Bendai Glacier, Rahal. Yes, my prince. Based on the egg that I recently reported the orcs are searching for, and an analyst of the map I attained, Altenia and the Cameron Swallows headed north, but were attacked by someone. I am asking you who that someone is, Rahal. We have yet to ascertain that information. We believe it to be an orc. Allow me to explain. Oh, hey, Excamil. And Rahal, hey, they're in the same room. Prince Tryon, Excamil M. Uricate, at your service. You remember at the end of the storyline in Wings of the Goddess for Sandoria, instead of returning home, he travels the Razawa, which is where the orcs base is, and he lays siege on the orcs for like years in their home turf. Yeah, they're playing the Young Griffins music. Welcome, Lord Excamil. After receiving word from Rahal, I immediately reached out to a friend who still resides in Razawa. I was able to learn the identity of the messenger who is in frequent contact with the orcs in Dai Void. It shed some light on the Shanatine activities of certain divisions. At the same time, I received news that several ships crossed the Nasitu Ocean from Razawa on their way to northern Kuan. Upon analysis of that information, I found that the 3rd Silver Owl Brigade strike unit, led by Slot-Jawed Muckdrum, was sent to the Northlands. Muckdrum. We have faced him numerous times throughout Razawa. His unit is a vile bunch who rather enjoy sheer brutality. Do you mean to say that Altinia's unit encountered this orc division sent in search of the egg? Yes, I believe it's reasonable to assume so. Do you think Altinia's unit is okay? Judging by the condition of our messenger, I imagine there is a distinct possibility.
Sup, dude?
Hey, thanks for following. Rahal. Yes, my prince. I refuse to abandon hope. We must dispatch a rescue unit at once. How about you, brother? What do you plan to do? Lord Exumil and I will meet with Father and ask for permission to form a unit to deal with the orcish unit. Yes, my prince, as you command. I expected you to storm out of here while complaining we have no time to waste. I want you to come with us. I could use some advice on how to approach Father. Will wonders never cease? I am fine to accompany you, but I would like to hear everything again from the beginning. I need your help too, Akane. Please head to Bendai Glacier at once. I want you to gather as much information as possible for when we rendezvous with you later. Yes. You have my gratitude. That's cool. Rahal, I'm counting on you. Yes, my prince. It's the young griffin. Thank you for your assistance. First, head for the tower that lies in the center of Bendai Glacier. Altinia's latest report states that the tower serves as a base for the expeditions to every corner of the glacier. Please try to conceal your presence as much as possible. We don't want you to be spotted by the orcs along the way. May the divine goddess bless your journey. Oh, really? Excamil and Rahal don't get a chance to talk to each other? Oh, come on. I think the fastest way there is probably to go through the prison and use the survival book in the prison. Hey, Lander. Hello. How's it going? This one? There's supposed to be a prisoner in here that you can see that you can talk to. Is that him? Oh, that's him right there. How do you talk to him? Can you open the cell? What do you think you're looking at? You don't know nothing about what's really going on under this hellhole, do you? Compared to the sewers, my cell's a paradise. So, apparently, one of the young griffins from Sandoria goes on to become the first dragoon. I wonder if they're going to touch on that. I forget the name that the other one had. I wonder if we can find him as well. The other young griffin who became like an intel person. All right, let's go to here. If you sub the retail Final Fantasy, you get Final Fantasy support and longevity. It's very true. Unfortunately, as it is, yeah, I mean, it's actually. I'm not saying it's bad for people playing the private servers because they're doing whatever they want. But unfortunately, like, it's been pretty clear, especially with this game, that the fact that people have been supporting it for so long via their subscriptions, you know, Square Enix keeps putting out content for the game. And, you know, I mean, we got a story after. The story we're doing right now is a story after the final story, which was what was supposed to be the final story. And it's a direct result from people still supporting the game. So, unfortunately, the people who play the private servers who don't support the game contribute to this game's death, unfortunately. Even though they're, you know, they're just playing what they want. It's unfortunate. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's definitely a symptom of a lot of things, good and bad. All right, last time I checked one of these, we got into a fight, so I'm gonna I'm gonna lean on the side of caution this time. These fights have been harder than I thought they were. Also gives me time to do this, or to remember to do this. We'll use the Omiya. I knew it, dude. I knew it. Yo, check that out. They got new armor. Hey, that's sick. That's cool. Oh, he also has it too on his tail. Oh, that's cool. And they got a lot of HP. Jeez. Hey, that's neat. That's actually pretty neat because what they're wearing is like a modified version of the past armor. But seeing as these are supposed to be ones that came from Arazawa, that makes sense. Because they'd have access to stuff that the mainland ones wouldn't have. That's cool. So all Beastman tribes so far have been looking for, well, I shouldn't say all, because the Quad-Op haven't. The Quad-Op were not in Bathtub storyline for looking for the egg. It was the Goblin, which I noticed that in the past too. Like, if you noticed it about the past storylines in Wings of the Goddess. Like, Windur's story is very heavily about them having to put off the Yagudo's attacks. And it results with Fenrir and having to defend the city and all that stuff, right? On top of the whole, other stuff they had going on. And it's the same with Sandoria. Sandoria has to deal with the orc that came from the future that has information about things that happen, and he uses that to his advantage. On top of the storyline between the young Griffins and their bickering. But the Bastok storyline is like 100% about Carla and her and stuff about her. The Quad-Op are like not even a part of it. I mean, they have like the one moment where the Quad-Op invade the town, and 5 moons realizes the error of his ways, and then that's it. And it was like that in present day too. The Quad-Ops will have like barely anything to do with Bastok's story. It's almost as if they're treated as like they're too stupid to have their own actual story. They're just like a mindless adversary. Nice. Oh, it's Excamil. Akane, you look surprised. I am more than capable of keeping up with you adventurers. I will have you know. Naturally, I received permission from my king and prince to come here. I am well versed in the art of guerrilla tactics. I suppose that I do what I can to disrupt the enemy forces until Prince Trion's unit arrives. Although, if the opportunity presents itself, I will try to take out their commander myself. The 3rd Silver Owl Brigade Strike Unit is led by Slackjaw Muckdrum, and under the direct command of the Emperor. It is high time we sought vengeance for those who were slaughtered by these foul swine in Arazawa. However, I came here first to offer a prayer for Altenia and her fallen knights. This place is too pristine. Even if hidden by snow, there should be a small smell of blood in the air. I see. So you had fought off an orc attack while investigating the tower. And they had this special map with them. If I had to guess, I would say this map details the survey area of Altenia's men. I'm also curious about the lack of bodies, as well as any signs of our units' encampment. If all of that was carried out from here, where could it have gone? At any rate, we only have this map to go on. According to it, there appears to be something atop the cliffs northeast of here. The answer we seek may be found there. We should go check it out right away. You know, I kind of wish that he would, recognize us from the Wings of the Goddess storyline. But it definitely seems like this was created in mind with people who may have not have done that stuff. Alright, he said northeast. So that means I'm going the wrong way. 'Cause I'm thinking northwest. Yeah, we have to go down. 'Cause we spent time with him in the past. During the Crystal War and all that jazz. It'd be cool if he identified us. So what I want to know is, and hopefully we figure it out. Cause I want to know how all these Beastmen tribes know about this egg. It must be like some kind of Beastmen thing, or like something passed down through the Beastmen tribes, because they all know about it. Yet it seems like the Allied Nation people have no idea what it is. Which is interesting, seeing as the Beastmen were created by Promathia to engage with the humans and stuff like that. see. Go over here. Well, I didn't see any footprint. He said northeast. Hey, thank you, Snowy. Thank you. Ah, shit. Do 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 do. But he said a top, though. Mm-hmm. I gotta, like, go put eye drops in my eyes or something. I took my contacts out yesterday. Been wearing my glasses ever since. But it still feels like I took my contacts out like 10 minutes ago. I guess we gotta go down, I guess. Suffer? Yeah, that's what it feels like. Let's see, we got 8, 12. 17, 22, 26. Yeah, we're well over the haste cap for sure. I could have a better earring than this, but You're staring intently at the screen for long periods of time. I mean, that is true. I'm not gonna deny that. That is true. The monitor that I'm looking at now, like as the one I play the game on, I don't put blue light on it because I don't want it to mess with the colors of the game. But all my other monitors all have blue light on them, and then I have it on my glasses too. But, I mean, I spend like 15, 16 hours out of the day staring at screens. I don't really think it helps that much. Or it can help as much. Close one eye at a time. I'm assuming we would... Oh. No, it's for Unity. I would assume we would see a flashing light on the ground somewhere. That's what this story stuff seems to do. Yeah, I'll have to try that. I'll give that a try. I do not remember. I remember fishing in this pond for something at some point, but I don't remember what. I remember I would fish in there. I got a reaper. Particular footprint. An aura of insuppressible might threatens to overwhelm you. What the hell is that? I don't actually want to know. We'll find out. Can I say that I'm still surprised that we were able to beat Rhapsody of Vana'diel with no sub job? I do. Yeah, I still can't believe we pulled that off. Oh my god, it was so hard. And like our gear is like not as good as it could be, you know, obviously. Like this stuff right here could be +2. Could have 2 tiers of being better. This could have 1 tier of being better. I don't have a weapon skill set at all. My mantle is unaugmented. Literally TPing in a weapon skill ring or earring. Like, that fight was hard, dude. Oh my god, it was hard. Where the hell is this thing? Click on it. You go back and click on it. Living statue. No. Huh? Oh, it's dark weather, so now it's purple. Yeah, the ice weather. Ah, this actually makes it so much easier to see too. Nice. Yeah, no, most of the time, if it says something like that, it means you don't have what you need to spawn it. I assume we don't. Or whatever it is. I don't know what it is. But usually if it doesn't, like, lead to a cutscene or, like, some confirmation window, it usually means you don't have what you need. Or what's required. Yeah, it just says the same thing. Yeah. But I don't know what that is. Maybe it's part of this. And we just don't have it. I already came over here. Didn't I? I did. I don't remember interacting with anything like that, though, so... Has to be something. What was it called? Peculiar footprint? Ah. Okay. Alright, well, I've probably missed it. Let's go back. Do do do. Ah, no, that is definitely not it. Geomad. Ah, there it is. Point of interest. I did miss it. You can see a faint line of orc tracks here. I can't move. Yeah. The top of the cliff looks rather suspicious. If we get this grapnel to catch just right. Okay, kinda get ready to scale this cliff. Whatever you do, try not to fall. Alright, sure. He's gonna take him on. What are you swine up to? It's Slackjaw Muckdrum. Damn, he charges them head first. What a... I'm not sure I like our chances here. You again? Just die already. My name is Excamule. It seems no matter how many times I introduce myself, it's never enough. Although I shall keep doing so, as you will be unable to ask once you are dead. Gah! You mistaken. It'd be hard to ask for your name if you're dead. Where did you take the knights you captured? They be quaking in fear for me deep inside the fiend. Or Feyin. You wait till our ritual's over. Your ritual? After ritual done, we celebrate with feasts. Slaughter all for laughs. What? Behold. Oh. You know this egg, no? This no ordinary egg. This world eater egg. It contains might power to destroy the entire world. A world eater egg. Time to get cracking. Then I eat you and puny night prisoners. Wait, there are more. I become all-powerful emperor. Uh-oh. Huh? Why? Why it no break? Bring those fools to me. Now's our chance. We should retreat for the time being. And this guy is Excamil's crazy. He literally went and just ran into a horde of 9 orcs. And just smacks the leader like he was nothing. It looks like we lost them. This works out perfectly. Now we can focus on rescuing the knights being held in Lafine. I need your help again, Akane. Meet me at the entrance of to Lafine. Or Feiyin. Okay. High elixir tank. Now I have done that mission because I remember him. I remember the scaling the mountain part. I always thought that was weird. I was like, wow, they never did anything like that before. You can only use it 3 times. Oh, guess I'll use it once. I assume we don't have to wait for anything. We can just go there. Yeah, that's the second time this egg has been referred to as the World Eater egg. We don't know anything about it. So, what happened here? Yeah, I haven't been to Feiyin in a long time. So, it looks like it's one of the Zillert places. The places that the Zillert created for the housing of the crystals. Akka is the new big bad? Yeah, okay, dude. Ah, there you are. I've been waiting for you. These are rather unusual ruins. According to the legend, this place was inhabited by an ancient civilization. If the orcs are using this place, there should not be any kind of traps to worry about. Therefore, we should split up and try to find the captured knights. What should we do? Beneath these ruins is an area made up of multiple small rooms. We should probably try and search them first. I will search the western side, so you take the east. Muck Drum did not mention anything, but I imagine the room where the knights are being held is rigged to prevent their escape. Also, it goes without saying, stay alert at all times down here. Okay. There's a survival book here, no? No. That's weird. There's no survival book. Huh. That's strange. I guess because there's 2 home points. I think, I want to think it's this mission. Or possibly the next mission is the last one I did for this on my main account. And then I never did any more. I don't really remember. He said he wanted us to check the east. Going into blind territory for the first time. Well, I mean, yeah. But like I said before, it's not like I haven't, like, forgotten stuff. Like, even though I have played all the storyline stuff, like, I've forgotten a lot of it. Like, for instance, I thought you fought in COP, I thought you fought Bahamut as part of the storyline. I totally forgot that you fight him after the storyline. I thought you fought him during it. So I misremembered that. A lot of the nations quests for Wings of the Goddess. I remember specifics. Well, I mean, I did the storyline for COP back in like 2000 and something. This is really a long time ago. Yeah, I forgot a lot of the... Were they aggro? No. I forgot a lot of the specifics when it came to the Winders, or like all the past storylines. Like, I remember Fenrir being involved in the defense. Okay, this is weird. Talos. The doll is preventing you from opening the door. Examine it. It might move again if you can find a way to power it. Attack it. It's too hard to break. Try moving it. Okay. Let's go to the home point. Like, I remember bits and pieces of it, and I remember, like, overall, like, the general idea of the stories, but, like, the actual, like, mission-to-mission stuff, I've long forgotten for a lot of the stuff. Like, I remember Odin and Alexander being involved in in Treasures of Octurgon, but I didn't remember exactly how the confrontation went down. I totally forgot that the other nations were involved at all. And stuff like that. And I forgot that Gishu was a spy. Forgot about that. And stuff like that, so... Even though it hasn't been my first time for a lot of the stuff, it might as well been, because I've forgotten a lot of it. Which honestly has been really nice to do, you know? Like, it's nice to go through and do, like, second playthroughs of stuff, because you get to see stuff a bit different, right? And it's kind of hard to do with these because they're MMOs, so I've actually gained that experience by doing this, of being able to go through and re-experience the storyline and see things a bit differently now, which has been pretty fun. Like, some things I didn't realize at the time were as important as they are. I'm pretty sure, I wish I could remember the mission, but I'm pretty sure they mentioned the egg in a mission prior to this add-on. like a long time ago. Like a very long time ago. I want to think it's like either a Nation's Quest or maybe like Rise or Zillard. Because there was a mission where someone mentions an egg. But I can't remember what mission it was. Because it was so early in the playthrough and we've gone through so much. But someone did. So it makes me wonder if later on in the story, are they going to call back to that moment? Or what? Because I remember they mentioned it like it was just like a regular sentence. Like no emphasis on it or anything. All right, let's use the Unity warp. Okay. So we need to get down to the room. Another thing I like completely forgot is that the tomberries in this game are part of the ancient civilization. The Kalu. I completely forgot about that. Is he gonna open? He's gonna attack us. I need to open the door. I think I have to... Right, I think I have to fight tomberries to get the item we need for the door, I think. Oh, it's the god? No. Alright, let's put on the egg. Hey, Tara, good morning. No. Yuga key? Oh, yeah, this is what we need. Nice. Where did I get this slip pouch from? Wait, are you serious? I just had to do that? That's it? Yeah, he got a lot of health. Way more than that doll we just beat up. Damn.
Oh, maybe the key's used to open up a different door. Ow. All right. Yeah, a gadget found inside dolls makes a strange humming sound. Okay. Let us warp back. Inventory.
Thank you.
Strange coming sound. WDN.
Wait, what? What are you talking about? Oh shit, I'm maxed out. What are you talking about? Alright, we're gonna go to Juno. No, I said humming sound. It says humming sound on the item. DJ, where's your mine at? Now I got a hard shield. Hell yeah, dude. I ain't gonna use the shell bug. Thank you for the resub, D. Thank you for the 64 months. I know you approve of his message. You ain't gotta tell me. I already know. This comes the no shock. Yeah, thank you for the 64-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, what am I doing? I can't sell the relic dagger. What am I doing? Dropping. I'm just trying to make space. 5 more months? Oh, until he hits 69. We'll drop the relic gun too. And this. Do I really need to have 2 of the same fishing rod? After 5 months, he can no longer sub. Yeah. It's a blessing and a curse at the same time. It was fun while it lasted, D. It was fun while it lasted. Or you create a new account and start all over. I mean, yeah, you could. That's fair. Honestly, I'm better off just selling it, but here. Alright, I'll just do that. I just want to get this stuff out of my inventory. Why do I have all these, like, relic stuff on me? Go away. Alright, now we gotta go back. What's the fastest way to... Is there a Unity warp there? Oh, we can take the home point, though. Yeah, let's just take the home point. There we go. Have you finished Breath of the Wild yet, D? I think when I was done with that game, I think I was at like 130 hours playtime, I think. I might be misremembering though. It's been a while. God, to think that our playthrough was in 2020, right? It was in 2020, I think, right? Breath of the Wild. Here, I could just turn on my Switch. Let me turn my Switch on in one hand to see. Oh, there was an update to the Final Fantasy music game. Almost dropped it. How do you see? You're slow? I want to look up how long it took me. You can do that, right? Oh, it's not letting me. Oh, hey, we're right where we need to be. Hold on. All right, I gotta boot up Breath of the Wild. I think you have to boot the game up to see your playtime. No, that's Tears of the Kingdom, which I still need to play. There it is. When will I have the time? I think you go. Yeah, I went to profile, but it didn't let me see a list of all the playtimes of all the games I had. It capped out at like 10. Yeah, I was at 120 hours when I stopped playing. Okay. You, what are you doing here? You have my gratitude. I'm amazed that you managed to find us here. I fought many orcs in my day, but the unit led by Muck Drum is on a whole new level. They must be the elite orcish unit from the north that's looking for the egg. Not long ago, one of my scouts spotted what appeared to be the egg on the cliff in northern Bindai Glacier, but the orcs beat us to it. I'm worried what will happen if they manage to break open the egg before we can stop them. Muckdrum said something about obtaining untold power if he can break the egg open. It appears that someone was talking to Muckdrum's subordinates. At any rate, we must stop them before they come to pass. That comes to pass. It appears that someone was talking to Muckdrum's subordinate. Okay. Oh. Altinia, you mustn't exert yourself in such a condition. Excamille. It will take some time before the rescue unit can arrive here from Sandoria. Also, I witnessed Muckdrum fail when he tried to split open the egg. What? Atinia, I heard about what happened from the knights being held in the other room. They told me how you risked your lives in order to save as many people as possible. I was only doing what you taught me. When facing an opponent you have no chance of beating, posing a one-on-one duel may lead to new opportunities. That advice works especially well against orcs. Even still, I was unable to save everybody. Perhaps, but your messenger was able to reach the capital. That is what led Akane and me here. You can leave the rest to us. Thank you. I am confident that you will be victorious. Akane, once the rescue unit arrives, we must hurry back to Muckdrum and take him out. I need you to go on ahead and scout the orcs' movements before then. Even though Muckdrum was unable to break open the world egg, we must put a stop to his plans. Well, we found the egg. I wonder if there's any coincidence with the egg being located in the north, which is where, you know, the Shadow Lord and all that jazz went down. I wonder if there's any, if there will be any influence. So that's why he chased down the orc leader when he was surrounded. Huh. So he knew that he had no chance. That makes more sense now. Seed Afterglow. I wonder if he's doing the same thing. There's not a whole lot of reason for people to come out here. Not really. Alright, so now we gotta go back to the pond. We'll take a mount there. Right on cue, Lemmy. Climb the cliff? Yes. Oh, it's those guys. I said, I Gloom Phantom. Mogbihu. Dagsbog. And our group is the Destiny Destroyers. Enough. You shut up already. You answer Lord Muckdrum at once. That sword can break World Eater Egg? I told you, I have important duty. This is my destiny. Important. You just smashing egg. Not even mighty Lord Muckdrum could break it. If Goblin can break open egg, Lord Muckdrum embarrassed. Silence! You smash open World Eater Egg with sword. But ultimate power belonged to me. Yes? Sure, I have no need for such power. That's because you only good for breaking egg. Good. You all know roll. You're not able to handle egg contents anyway. Seize the power in the egg, and you devour everything. Okay, time to smash World Eater Egg. I will break open the egg and leave the rest to you. Okay, guys, here I go. Why are they playing this ditzy music? Yes, very nice. Woohoo! What the hell is going on? There you go. Here goes nothing. What did you do? The eggs broke open? Come on, guys, let's get out of here. Hey, have we met before? I think so. Anyway, we need to get down this cliff quickly. So, have we met before somewhere? I Gloom Phantom. And you are? I Raya Brim. Uh-oh. Ugh. Really? He annihilated his own unit? Wait. Hang in there, Akane. Such a formidable fighting spirit and magical ability. Muck Drum, this is to be your final resting place. I don't know if his bark is bigger than his bite, but we are not going to take chances. So they broke the egg. That can't be good. That has to be bad. Is Excamil gonna help him? Oh yeah, there he is. Wait, he casts Holy even though he uses a full art? Holy 2, no less. Oh, he's actually no stronger than just a regular enemy. Some power you got. I'm still in hate even though I'm just doing white damage. I haven't even weapon skilled once. Get wrecked. Oh damn, he faded into nothingness. Is this the power of the World Eater Egg? You were most impressive, Akane. If you had not been here, I would have surely met in Omius Inn. Hmm? Is that? That didn't go as I hoped. Let's get out of here. That muck drum's all talk. egg eat him instead. I don't think anyone can withstand the egg's contents. But these humans much tougher than expected. I'm surprised they defeat such mighty creature. That human keeps staring at us. Let's scram already. Okay, that's sword. Wait. We should probably deal with the orcs up top the cliff first. There does not appear to be any sign of life up here. It seems the egg had power to turn them against each other. Or perhaps it turned him into something else entirely. Akane, I'm going to examine the location where the World Eater egg was located. I need you to return to Sandoria and update Prince Tryon on what has transpired here. By the time you reach the capital, I imagine the rescue units sent by Rahal will have also returned with Altinia and the others. Okay. Let's use our warp ring. I thought it would be a lot harder than that. Do. Let us go to Sandoria. I need to create something for the breaks that isn't quite as long as the words game. Oh, I was looking for this. There it is. It's on my desk that entire time. Oh, let's... Do. Chasing that egg. You know it. Well, that's the menacing music. Ah, Akane. I've been waiting for you. I was surprised upon hearing Lord Exemil's report regarding your efforts against the orcs up north. You must tell me what happened. So the orcish unit that so easily captured Altinia and her knights has been wiped out. And it was the World Eater egg and its contents that caused such an event to transpire. Oh, brother. Exemil said in his report that the orcs unit was eaten by the egg.
imagine this egg contains some contains some kind of creature that devours anything that it's placed before it. Pardon the interruption. I have come with urgent news. Enter. Did you bring her with you, Rahal? Yes, my prince. Stop. I must humbly apologize for failing my duties and all of the danger that has been inflicted upon us. Stop. Was not your responsibility. It is my fault for sending you north without sufficient information. I misunderstood that power that the orcs sought. Still, that is why we must quickly gather and analyze the information we have now. Then we can be sure that such a mistake will not happen again. Yes, my prince, I understand. Very well then. First, we must discuss the orc commander, Muckdrum. We know Muckdrum was defeated after obtaining the power of the World Eater egg. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. However, his corpse vanished the moment he was taken down. We have no way of knowing where the egg's power originally came from. After the battle, there was no traces of the egg to be found. What is the purpose of this World Eater egg? When I was held prisoner, I overheard the orcs happily saying how they had found the egg before some other beastmen did. Interesting. That must mean that these beastmen were also searching for the egg. We did receive word that orcs have captured some beastmen, including a goblin and a mandagora. Yes, that's them. Those, there was also a meeble, and the three of them causing all kinds of commotion among the orcs. They received an audience with Muckdrum regarding the search for beastmen who could withstand the power of the egg. A beastman that can withstand the power of the egg. I suppose that would make them the ultimate beastman. 20 years ago, a similar ultimate being appeared. And now it's happening again. The Shadow Lord. It can't be. We cannot be certain. However, in fact, it might be something even worse. Like the astral incandescence, it may also affect people and not just be beastmen. It is possible that there is more than one egg out there, too. What could these beastmen be planning? We must capture the three beastmen and learn their intentions. Or how? I want you and Altina to gather any information you can. Start tracking them. Yes, my prince. Akane, if you encounter this beastman trio again, you must get them to reveal their plan by any means necessary. It is such an event comes to pass. You may freely invoke my name as needed. In that case, brother, perhaps you should give her the you-know-what.
That is an excellent suggestion, my dear brother. Akane, I would like to reward you for your meritorious service. I'm certain we will require your assistance again in the future. I personally think he should have gone with the gold one instead. Oh well. That reminds me. Father once spoke of discussing an egg with Sir Valerino. Wait a minute. That's Sir Valerino. That's the trust. Yeah, that's the knight from 20 years ago. During the Crystal War. Hey, we got another mat mix. Hey, 10 more job points. Let's go. We also got the twinned blade. Nice. Cool. Easter ain't looking too good this year. Nah, Easter looks like it's trying to wreak havoc on the world. Hey, Zero. Alright, let's mission. So I guess we go to the pass? So Valerina. Okay. First things first, we're gonna go spend these job points. Hell yeah. Each time we get better, so hell yeah. Dun, dun, dun. You can go do that over here. We got 3 merit points. We can see if we can spend those too while we're at it. Yeah, we got 13 job points. Nice, dude. That's gonna bring us to 63. So we're gonna get capacity point bonus 9% and magic accuracy 5. Nice. Halfway towards 100. Well, actually, we're over halfway towards 100. Alright, let's see. Probably want to put it in Flourish, too. Alright, that leaves us with 5 points. We can put it in Samba, which is not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, sure. Let's put it in. Put it in Samba. All right, that's all of them. Nice, nice. All right, so we're 63 out of 100, which means we need what? 37. We need 37 to get 100. At 100, we get 2 extra finishing moves. So to be able to hold, that is not something to overlook. All right, let's increase our immunity. Sweet. Do 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 do. Thank you for the welcome backs, by the way, Snowy. I don't remember if I said thank you or not. Thank you. Hey, let's go see Gumba. Our buddy Gumba. This is how this all started. Hey, miss. Excellent timing. Rybrim is looking for you. I think he wants to talk to you about something. He probably has grown tired of Bastok and wants to ask you about life outside these walls. Although, don't take him outside the city, no matter how much he begs you. I'm still worried about him. Sometimes he gets this blank look on his face and says he's forgetting something important. So that's why I'm always trying to keep an eye on him. Although, whenever I do, I often feel waves of nostalgia crashing over me too. Maybe Ryan Brim is actually someone I knew before that has undergone some kind of rebirth. Oh, where was I? Yes. If you're going to see Rybrim, you should probably hurry. You should probably be able to catch him at the entrance of the Zirin Mines just west of here. Apparently, he was sent on an errand. So, he said he needed to visit Drangord. Okay. Drangord. Dun, dun, dun. Let us go find this dude. Drangord. Ah, there he is. You said you're friends with Rybrim. I actually just sent him on another errand. He may be just a kid, but he's quite dependable. So I probably shouldn't ask so much of him. Come to think of, come with me. I'll go get him for you. Ah, Akane. Wait till you hear this. I actually remembered something. It just came to me after staring at the large mountain every day. That eggshell I gave the Gloom Phantom guy in Koraluka Tunnel. I remember that it also came from a large mountain. Okay. A large mountain. I was surrounded by the sparkle of twilight. I kept climbing the mountain path as it rose higher and higher. And once I reached the summit, I saw somebody there. Who did you see? Well, I don't remember. I just thought it was important to tell somebody about this right away. I thought you might know what it meant, Akane. Uh-oh. Is that you, Raya Brim? And Akane too? Cornelia, why are you so out of breath? We're in trouble. Some terrifying monsters have appeared in the Zirian mines. What? You must help us, Akane. We have to help the people still trapped in the mines. Okay. Please be careful, Akane. Okay. Nah. So he was climbing a mountain, and you saw somebody at the top of the mountain. All right. Hey, come on. We gotta get out of here. Oh, it's Quada. Help us. Akane, that was... What are Quada doing here? We've got a situation on our hands. It's a Quada attack. Wait. That way might not be safe either. Akane, I'll go after them. So, deal with the Quada. What are they doing here? That's quite the hiding spot, I'd say. I'm beat after tripping down the river. I feel like my eyes are spinning in their sockets. Mahagbiu, can you even see where you're going? Yep. That person seems to be staring at us. Huh? Haven't we met her before? That's the one who defeated the orc who was swallowed by the egg. In that case, maybe she can help with our other problem. She's more than welcome to try. I feel like I'm gonna die. I need to go outside and catch some sunlight. We've got no choice. Let's get out of here and fall back to the Palabor mines. Okay. Sounds like the Dragoon quest? I don't remember the Dragoon quest. Was that how it went?
This isn't good. The Quad-Off have launched an attack from the Palabor mines. They didn't even notice me as they charged south. Didn't you see them? Okay. Yeah, you go around this really weird, very narrow path up a hill. Huh. I forget the zone. Is it Ottawa Charm? No. No, it's not, because that was added in COP. What would you be talking about? Very narrow path. See, what were all the zones that were added in with Rise of Zillard? It's not Hall of the Gods. It's not Mulvery. I don't think that's it either. It's not Sanctuary of Zatak because it's flat. Boyata Tree, maybe? Sea Serpent Grotto. You got the prison in Sandoria. That was added in with Rise of Zillard, I believe. The jungles. Ifrit's Cauldron. I don't remember. Curses! They vanished without a trace. You some kind of hero? Ha! You won't get it our way. The Mespatul Mountains, maybe? Maybe I'm forgetting, but I can't really think of any hill you climb in that place. You got me curious now. I'd like to be able to attack, please. Thank you. Jesus. It says here that you go to the Maze of Shikambi, the Mespatul Mountains. It says you go to those two places. Man, I do not remember that at all.
God damn, they beat me so fast to it. I was gonna divine waltz, but god damn, they did it so fast. Ah, damn it, I was late that time. Nice. Get wrecked. Ah, Connie. You alright? It's like those quad-offs just came out of nowhere. For them to attack so suddenly. Could they be the fabled quad-off Vanguard? It was a rather grand entrance if they were merely just scouts. I knew that those docks could be used by quad-off from Palabor Mine. Although, we were still caught off guard because we didn't think they could send that many troops so quickly. More importantly, what are they up to? This isn't the way to Bastok. Whatever the reason, is most certainly the clear declaration of war by the Quad-off. Sir Iron Eater, Naji, there's no time for your idle talk. You must tend to the injured. Leave it to me. I'll see them right away. Ah, that reminds me. Take this. You can use it if you ever get hurt. Helme, I want you to look after the young lady. We can't have her running off to the Palabor mines alone. Are you referring to Lady Cornelia? As you command, sir. Thanks to you, we were able to quickly dispatch the quad-off threat. You have my gratitude, Akane. You go on ahead. The Mithra Musketeers will handle everything here. Naji's loot. Cure point C1, cure point C2, 1, fast cast 1. Immunity -1. level 1. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. You can wear it at level 1. Huh. Alright, that's interesting enough. Did we go back to Ryogrum? Gumba. I saw the sign, and it opened up my eye. Uh-huh. And the sign was? That you realized that you were missing Final Fantasy XI in your life? And now you're gonna subscribe for the rest of your life? Yeah, I've had that too. Yeah. '90s music and grunge, and yes. What song was that? I didn't recognize it. The Sign by Ace of Base. I have no idea who they are. Listened to that way too much back in the day. I have no idea who that is. I'm gonna assume this is a Matsu Young moment. You needn't worry. I tend to the wounds of those injured in the mines. As a musketeer, I'm well trained in the art of healing. Plus, I've had more than my fair share of injuries over the years, which has given me plenty of practice in the field. Hey, what now? You heard me. Don't even. Matsu Young Modjet. Come on now. I heard from Lady Corella and the people who saw the quad off. It seems the quad off were searching for something. At any rate, I'm glad no real harm came from the Zirian mine or the people working them. The Allied fleet has returned to Port Juno. Your actions have prevented unspeakable bloodshed on both sides. Matsu Zoomer. You want to see my favorite Zoomer emote? Do I have it? Let me see. Hold on. See if I can find it. I saw it in someone else's chat. It's this. I don't know why, but I find this so funny. So when they were playing, the person I was watching was playing Street Fighter, and Street Fighter had a lot of rap music in it. Their entire chat was spamming this, like, yo, this is lit. I just kept dying. Laughing at it. I thought it was so funny. Na, na, na. Ah, it's you. Do you have business in the president's office? Yes, as a matter of fact, she does. She's here about the Quadaf attack on the Zirian mines, led by Do Beho Venomtail. Surely you know my father's decision, Iron Eater. You should ask him yourself, my lady. I already tried. He just got angry and told me to go to my room. Do you know something, Akane? Were you summoned to the meeting? But You were the one who defeated Boho Venomtail. It's not fair to leave you out of this. Yes, I also believe that Akane has a right to know the truth. I neither. Would you mind explaining it to her? First of all, our investigation at the Zirian mines went exactly as we expected. The Quada forces came down the river from the Palabor mines. Witnesses at the scene say that the Quada were chasing something. Meanwhile, 3 beastmen led by a goblin clad in black were seen racing towards the Bastok mines. What? A black-clad goblin? Surely it must have been. It had to be Zed. Huh? Sure, he wears black, but I don't think it was him. No, I'm talking about the Gloom Phantom. Yeah, we were thinking the same thing. So we talked to Raya Brim, who was previously a target of theirs. However, we did not really learn anything new. It appears that Raya Brim is not involved. Yes, that makes sense. The Destiny Destroyers were satisfied once they got the eggshell, right? Although their real objective was the egg, and we're still not sure about the reason why. Did you find out anything, Akane? The Yagudo and the Orc conspiracy, the Destiny Destroyers, the World Eater egg. Some legendary egg that gives untold power if broken open. I find it all rather hard to believe. Fortunately, if what you say is true, then that power is not so easily obtained. That orc was destroyed when he broke open the egg. I suppose the power was too much for him to bear. What if someone's capable of wielding that power were to appear? The mere thought of such a thing terrifies me. Oh, you go down all of them. Oh, okay. The Yagudo and Orc conspiracy. Okay. What? What's that you say? The Yagudo were searching for the egg in Winders? And the Orcs unit was dispatched to Sandoria. So the Beastmen are all trying to steal the egg for themselves. That means the Quadoff probably are as well. The Destiny Destroyers. You're talking about the trio that showed up where the egg was. And they worked together alongside the orcs in the Northlands to break open the egg. So if they were showing up here, then that means, wait, could the egg be somewhere near Bastok? If so, then that might mean that they're here to break open this egg for themselves. We must inform Sir Lucius about this matter immediately. I must tell my father about this World Eater egg right away. The Quadoff can wait. No, my lady. Like the other beastmen, the Quadoff are also hoping to harness the egg's power. In fact, they may have already obtained that power. So you mean they purposely showed up at the Zirian mines in order to provoke us? That they're hoping to start a war? First,
They led the Republican military to the Palabor mines, where they can use the egg's overwhelming power.
Wait a minute, Sir Volker, Iron Eater. Do you mean to say that my father intends to start a war?
I
know that the Quadoff are our sworn enemy. However, we must remain calm if we are to avoid needless bloodshed.
Naturally, there are many who share your opinion, my lady. Whether they can sway the opinion of the Senate, however.
We have to at least try. Once we set down the path of war, there's no turning back.
They say victory favors those who move first.
I realize I may be a young girl who knows little of the ways of the world. However, this is also why I can say that what needs to be said. There are things that people must know if we are to go to war. What if you were to enlist Akane's services, my lady?
Yes, that's an excellent idea.
Please, Akane, can you go investigate the Palabor mines for us? We need to know if the Quadoff have acquired the World Eater egg or the power it holds within. And if not, we need to know what their plans are. You must help us decide whether Bastok needs to engage the Quadoff in an all-out war.
Yes, I'll do it.
You have my gratitude. You have the gratitude of our entire nation. I shall go and speak to my father. Additionally, I shall speak to everyone involved with this incident to see if we are missing anything. Till we meet again.
If the Senate decides to go to war, there's little that can be done. However, I do wish to avoid any unnecessary harm to the Republic. I wish you luck, Akane.
Alright.
We going to war.
Nice dancer get up. Oh, you got the 1000 TP dagger. Nice. Dang, the pants give dagger skills plus 33? Jeez Louise. That's crazy. On top of 53 attack and 53 accuracy? Hey, you got 80 accuracy off one piece. Critical parry. What the hell is that? Damn. The only thing that sucks is there's not any multi-attack on it. Dang. I guess that would be too good though. Reverse flourish plus 13%. God damn. Striking flourish, double attack, critical hit. Whoa, double attack. Critical hit rate 65%. What the hell? Jeez. I guess you use that for the mythic weapon skill, right? You want to use multi-hit stuff for the mythic weapon skill. Over crit, dual wield plus 11. Weapon skill damage plus 12%. Critical hit rate plus 1. Critical hit damage plus 31%. Wait. Why is it? Do I just not understand? Why is it +1 and then +31%? That's a huge disparity. What the? Yeah, that has to be. That's ridiculous for Rudastorm, though. Oh my god. That's like literally insane for Rudastorm. Jesus. Damn, and 61 accuracy and 71 attack. What the hell? Dude, these pieces are insane. Damn. Step TP consumption -20. Wow, so a step doesn't cost 100 TP, it only costs 80. Step accuracy +24. On top of 52 accuracy and 34 dex. Jesus. Damn, Dancer gets... Dude, like I said, though, I told you, like, looking at this stuff, I told you, if we had access to Rudastorm and the merit weapon skill, or not the merit weapon skill, the mythic weapon skill, it changes the job completely. Because these, like, you want to do climactic flourish into Rudastorm, which is, if you see the dagger he has, it's the EMP weapon skill. This dagger right here is disgusting. It's so good, it's disgusting. It's always been good, too. You were doing 99,000 on worms? It's, yeah. Rudastorm is, like, so beyond busted. It's crazy. It's always been good, too. But you can't really overlook the fact, too, that you get step TP consumption -20, so it costs 80. You get to save 20 extra TP per step. There's so many times that I step, and I'm like just out of range of being able to have enough to do something. That's so nice. Man. Dancer sure does get some nice stuff. But this is also what I mean, like when you get this gear later, the job becomes so much more demanding with your abilities. Like the way I'm playing it right now is very chillax. But when you have this stuff, it becomes a lot more. You have to think a lot more, basically. You can't just play it brain dead like I'm playing it. Those feet look pretty good too. It's just insane that you get 50 decks on one piece of equipment, and then Square was like, here, have 20 more. Like, that's crazy. Here, just have 20 more. Go ahead. Have 70 decks from one piece of gear. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Thank you. Off to the Palabor mines we go. What's the fastest? I think we'll go the slow way. I'd like to ask if the servers for Final Fantasy still people playing on and everything. I don't know if even friends can be with the round gathering and everything as a group. I won't lie, I don't fully understand the question unless I'm just dumb, but people still do play the game. And yeah, it's still thriving. I forgot how much fun Dancer really is. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Even at its like weakest state when it released, it was still fun back then too. Just unfortunately, it was so weak back then. Oh no, that's an abomination of English. Okay. All right, I just didn't I didn't know. Like sometimes I just misread stuff. Like how much do you see random people meanwhile? It depends on the area, and it also one thing I will say is you can't really use what you see on my stream as a end-all be-all definitive experience of the game, because while one, I am playing on the most populated server on average, I'm playing at the downtime of the game when majority of when the population is at its lowest most of the time. So there isn't often many people I run into, and also I'm kind of not necessarily story rushing it, but I'm focusing on the story stuff, and that's not what I would say majority of the people who play this game do. So like the pathing that I take that I'm playing throughout most of my streams, you're not really going to run into that many people, because most people are doing other events and stuff like that. So like as you can see, no one's here, but there's no reason for anyone to be here. Most people are in, like, if we go to the maps, most people are in Kashushu and Mara. Most people are in Juno, Norg, because they're doing augments for their gear. Where else would they be? Ribo. They would be in Ribo because there's an in-game event in Ribo called Odyssey, so there's a lot of people in Ribo doing the in-game event and stuff like that there. Selbina. If we go to Selbina, there's a lot of people in Selbina nowadays because there is merit point fights in Selbina now. So you'll find a bunch of people there as well, but in like the areas like this, it'll be dead because there's just no reason for people to be here. See, I'm the only person in the zone. So, but there's quite a few people that play this game. When it peaks, there's like 5,000 people playing at one time. So who knows how many people are playing throughout, like, over the course of an entire day. It's over. It has to be over 10,000 people, I would say. But is it easy to find pickup groups to do stuff? No. I would say no. Back when I stopped playing, back in 2017, like November 2017, you could shout for pickup group stuff back then, and you could get a fair amount of people to do stuff with. But Ambuscade was easier back then. It's harder now. They made it harder by default. Nowadays, it's kind of harder to do that stuff because you have to deal with constant RMT flood. I think a lot of people turn their brain off to tails and yells because it's like 95% RMT spam nowadays, so unfortunately. Hey Intra, hello. How you doing? Is the spot I was thinking of earlier, climbing on the top of the part of was for the COP mission? Okay, yeah, see, that's what I thought you were thinking of. But I wasn't sure. I was like, maybe Dragoon does go there, but I was like, no, it can't because that was added in COP and Dragoon is Riser Ziller. So I was trying to think of like another spiral you were thinking of. I thought you were thinking of this. Actually, this hill right here, because it's also a hill. But no, I don't think that was it either. Euron Muffron. Ah, it's you again. If you're here, then that must mean that. Huh? I have to ask why you are here. If you don't have a good reason, you should not venture any further. That was weird. Who are you? My name is Euron Muffron. As you can see, I am a mage. What are you doing here? I should be asking you that. What are you? Why are you here? I'm investigating the quad-off plans. What are you? This is weird. I see. It appears the Republic of Bastok is just as bloodthirsty as the Kingdom of Sandoria. Just recently, the Quadoff appeared at the Zirium mines in pursuit of the three big beastmen. Those beastmen go by the monarch of the Destiny Destroyers. They journeyed south from the Northlands, eventually arriving here at the Palabor mines. Okay. And deep within the mines, they reached their destination in a room filled with Yagudo eggs. That ain't no Yagudo egg, though. Amongst all the Quadoff eggs, there was a special egg featuring an unusual pattern. It was broken open with that mighty sword. Okay, so he broke it again. Okay. What the hell? Oh, it's a scorpion. As a result, it let out a powerful magic that devoured all the monsters in the area. Yeah, I know they like cut back on doing like cutscenes in these games now, but I like these pictures they add. Like, this looks cool. It was determined to eat everything in its path. Naturally, the nearby Quadoff eggs were consumed as well. The Quadoff were raging mad, and they resolved to execute the monster as well as the three beastmen responsible for the whole affair. Okay, so that's okay. Why was the egg here? How long was it here? Who brought it and from where? Not even I know the answers to such questions. Which is why I must ask the Quadoff. Ah, and that reminds me. You are an adventurer. I need your help. Of course, you will be compensated for your trouble. I need you to find the mind-warped scorpion that lays up ahead and slay it for me. If you do, that could calm the Quad-Off's rage and allow us to talk to them. This will also make Basto's requests easier as well. Let's go, Akane. The truth awaits us. Wait. Hold on. Ah, it's you again. I have to ask why you are here. What does he mean by it's you again, though? Where have we met this person? Wait. I'll go investigate after this. I'll investigate after this. Yeah. I would also like to ask if you streaming Final Fantasy in a private server. No, I've never played a private server of this game. No, this is retail. This is vanilla retail. So I got like no add-ons or plugins running or anything. Alright. See if I remember how to get there. I used to be able to navigate this place all the time, but I haven't been here in eons outside of the missions we did here earlier. Let me see if I can remember how to get to where we gotta go. We gotta go to map 3. Excuse me. Of course, Aka's cheating by giving himself Gil from his main in the beginning. That's not even true, because 1, I wasn't the beginning. And 2, I was boosting the economy. All right, I didn't just create Gil out of nowhere. I earned that Gil. And I put it back into the economy by buying other players' equipment. All right, leave me alone. Hush. The irony was that I sent myself 500, what was it? 500,000? And then like I think the same stream I generated 3 million like a couple hours later. And I didn't even need to do it to begin with. That's the high. You give me shit about it and I didn't even need to do it in the first place. Nothing but a mission of guilt. I did not. No, Your Honor, I didn't steal from the shop all week. Only last Friday. Hey, that means something though. Your sentence should be less. You didn't steal all week. It was only 1 day. Your sentence should be less. Punishment should be less severe. I go this way. Yeah, this is it right here. Yeah, because this is the machine you put the ore in. Yep, and then we should be on map 3 soon. Oh, we're already on map 3. Nice. All right, the home point is right there. Straight to the gulags. Putin will have to deal with the civil war first, when that happens. Now that you mentioned gulags, you got me thinking about Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake. Man. My punishment is another Ring Fit stream? Aww. I gotta find a better mask for that. Last time we did it, I didn't have my contacts. Now I do. What was I thinking? Yeah, so like I would put Metal Gear Solid 3 as one of my in my top 5 of favorite video games of all time, along with Resident Evil 3. And so Resident Evil 3 remake was shit. So I hope Metal Gear Solid 3 gets. I hope it's okay. This has to be it right here. Although the original is perfect in my opinion. Even if it is old. Damn, he's just slaying them. Oh, there they are. Curse the quad off. Those idiots really screwed things up. They've gone and made me mad. I don't care what they got to say for themselves. I think I kind of figured something out. Person with strange marking brought egg. Person with strange marking brought egg? The Quadoff aren't like the orcs or the Yagudo? I didn't think they'd just throw away the egg. That's why we break open egg. Location for breaking egg, not so good though. We should talk to the Quadoff first, then break the egg. Huh? Dazbog? It's a little late for that now. I'm sorry. I know we must hurry, but... Yes, we need to hurry. We also received fan letter from land across the sea. Anyways, everyone will be happy if we defeat the Mind Warp Scorpion. If we do, then we'll never have to worry about anything again. That person seems to be staring at us. Huh? Haven't we met her before? This is like the 3rd time, dude. Isn't that the one who defeated the orc who was swallowed by egg? In that case, maybe she can help with our little problem. She's more than welcome to try. Hey, you. This one's all yours. Thanks. Alright, sure. Wait, so are they gonna go to Alduin or Octurgan next? They're probably gonna go to Octurgan because it was released first. But they said land across ocean. So that's either Octurgan, Alduin, or I guess the place where Norg and Kazam counts too, I guess. They said person with mark left egg. Do we know anybody with marks? Mind warp scorpion. Sorry, you saw my 2 tacos there for a little bit. I apologize. I need to make hotkeys to switch between the tacos and sodas. Easier. Dun, dun, dun. Those Enmity upgrades are really showing. Golly. Because I'm taking hate off Val so easy now. Oh, he has, was that MP drain? No, that's HP drain. He has HP drain on his attacks. I was wondering what was going on. Wow, you did it. You did it. That's amazing. Hurry up and finish it off. Huh? Who are you supposed to be? Nice job here. You can leave the rest to me. What are you doing? Huh? What did you do? You're gathering the egg's power? Do you know how dangerous that is? It's too powerful. Yes, it's quite dangerous. This is the power to give life. It can wreak much havoc. I know the true nature of this power. It's the same power as it's the same as the power of the terrestrial avatars. The power of a pure crystal. Wait, what? I thought he just showing off. But maybe he actually knows his stuff. Yes, you might be right. So the power of the crystal is the power of life. That's why chaos is. Hey, Goblin. What are you mumbling about? Huh? What did you mean by chaos? Don't pretend you don't know. We once fought together to reach Valhalla. Like I would ever tell someone like you. Bark all you like. I'll get the information out of you eventually. What's this now? Uh-oh. What? Uh-oh. I could swear they came this way. Find them. Find them immediately. Maybe we're better off just letting them swim for it. That goblin and his companions didn't seem all that interested in this unchecked power. Not at all. I can't give you this, but maybe this will suffice as a reward? I found it lying over there. Now then, you should hurry back and report this information to Bastok. You know everything that happened here at the Palabor Mines in regards to the Quadoff and the egg, right? Yes. If you can convey all that, then maybe Bastok will see that they can still resolve this little matter. Though if we prefer war with the Quadoff, then I guess we could maybe just keep this to ourselves. Okay. What did he just give us? He gave us a pull arm. Okay. No, this is weird. So he's going around breaking the eggs, knowing that it releases power that can't be controlled, but doesn't want it for himself. And then he was upset, though, that he broke the egg in a place that couldn't be absorbed by a quad-off, though. Like, he was upset. So he wants the Beastmen to absorb the power? But why? And he mentions chaos? Huh. This is an odd one. Ah, you're back at last. The good lady has eagerly awaited your return. You must tell us about the quad-off at once, before it's too late. I knew it. The quad-off that appeared in the Zerian mines weren't part of some assassination squad. So just as we thought, they were chasing after the Destiny Destroyers, yes? When they broke out the World Eater egg, the quad-off eggs were consumed. It's only natural that they'd be out for blood. That is true. Can we really be sure that the quad-off weren't after the power contained within the World Eater egg for themselves? I think so. Besides, if they were truly planning to use its power, I think they would have used the Scorpion to their advantage, too. But the quad-off were also trying to kill the Scorpion. Yeah, that makes sense. I think we might just be able to convince the president. That's exciting, excellent news. Now we can forget about this stupid war with the quad-off. Yeah. However, that mage who absorbed the power from the Mind Warp Scorpion is sure to be a problem. You're talking about the Taru mage, Euron Malfron? Isn't he a mage from the Federation of Winders? If so, Vastok's enemy is not the Quada, but possibly the Federation of Winders instead. Yeah, I was gonna say, the way he was looking at the orb when he had it in his hand didn't look good. It's okay. That's still just conjecture. Like we did with the quad-off, we just need to find out the truth of the matter. You're right. Now then, we need to find out more about this mage known as Euron Malfron. I'll get Captain Volker up to speed on everything that's happened. After that, I want you and him to speak with the president. Understood. Although, before I go speak with Volker, please take this present from me. I always cook whenever I'm worried about something. Also, there's something I must tell you. You have my utmost gratitude, Akane. Thanks to your help, I was able to achieve the outcome I believed to be just. Furthermore, I think I understand what my father means when he says the following. I won't let anyone stand in my way. He doesn't like people who won't back up their words with actions. Therefore, I need to show him, not just tell him. That is my duty as my father's daughter. One day, I'll make him see it for himself. He'll see that trusting his daughter is the right thing to do. At any rate, I first need to convince my father of the cause. Don't worry, though. I've got it handled. Okay. Oh, there's more? Oh, no. Serving of seafood gratin. The hell is that? A milky sauce combined with melted cheese added a wonderful touch to this bounty of the sea. Accuracy plus 70. Magic evasion plus 60. Evasion plus 60. I guess it's not terrible. This one so far is the best one, though. 150 HP, Vit plus 7. 80 accuracy, 120 defense, 4 enmity. Yeah, this is like a tank food galore right there. Like, goddamn. I asked Ayame to look into the mage known as Euron Malfron. She has connections in Nord, so she's perfect for the task. As for the president, that's up to the good captain and Lady Corella. I think it should turn out okay. Although there are still many unanswered questions about this World Eater egg, I'm not sure how the Mithril Musketeer should respond. Okay. Gratin, cheese? Oh, is it just another name for cheese, or is it a type of cheese? Hey, Kangaroo, hello. I'm doing all right. How are you? Thanks to you, we received valuable information from the Palabor mine. I have asked plenty of questions, but there are still much I do not understand. In times like these, it is important to proceed with caution. Oh, it's another name? Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go to Winders. Because we met a Taru like this in Winders once. And is it the guy I think it is? Let's go see. I'm good. How goes the FF journey? It's going all right. We're on the final major story in Final Fantasy XI. It's also a story that I've never done myself, though. It's my first time going through it. That's been nice. I think he was to the north. Yeah. That's not true. Stop spreading lies. No. So this is the rich guy. This is the guy that tried to buy the egg earlier. Or, yeah. That's not the same guy? Huh. It's wide scan. No one up here. Okay. Let's check the bottom. Let's see if the bottom. I didn't realize that was the rich guy that tried to buy stuff. We had to go talk to that guy for a mission. Yeah, we had to go talk to him for COP, actually. Yeah. Maybe down here? No, there's actually not that many people down here. Not really. I feel like this is like one of the most like least uncharted sections in the city. Is this part of Windy Water. There's like very little reason to ever come down here, I feel. Alright, well, I'm gonna assume that we are going to go to Octagon or Kazam. If they were gonna go to Alduin, they wouldn't go to it so early. Well, I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed yourself. Alright, let's go to Octagon. No besiege today. Alright, I don't think so. Let's check. No, I keep pressing the wrong button. Yeah, no besiege today, sad. Automotown workshop. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Let's see here. Nadia, maybe? That's it. Whoa. What do you mean you can't find her? If you can't keep my mercenaries in order, I'll just have to find myself a new assistant who can. Yes, President Naja, ma'am. With foul zoom on the search, I'm sure that any minute now ain't good enough. The reputation of the Sahalim Sentinels is at stake. Yes, ma'am, please don't fire me. In desperate times, you gotta think outside the box. A bounty of 10 Imperial gold pieces on Akane's hide should do the trick, I'd wager. But President Najo, she can't be serious. Or can she? Akane, thank heavens it's you. You always have the most remarkable timing. Then, Akane, where in the Empire have you been? I don't recall granting you you're slacking behind any holiday leave. Well, I have had it up to here with your insubordination. Your insolent, ungrateful, bumbling, bludgeoning, cross-eyed, puddled, pudding-brained, troll-faced lot. Ouch, why does she always have to make it personal? What I'm saying is, you've been summoned to the Imperial Palace. The Empress only knows that they want with your sorry self, but an order's an order. Now, are you gonna stand around with that droopy expression on your face? Because my little friend here would be happy to give you some extra encouragement. You catch my drift, Akane? Yeah, I'm out of here. Oh wait, this actually isn't part of the... This actually isn't part of it. What the hell was this that we just got? Huh? What the? What the hell did we just get? I didn't get a current quest. No. Huh. Okay. Eternal Mercenary. Maybe this has something to do with this. Do 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 do. Well, we'll go see what she wants. I don't have the faintest idea what it is. Akane, you honor us with your presence. Forgive us if we dispense the pleasantries. We have summoned you today to discuss a matter of utmost importance. Master Gatsad, if you would. Okay. Akane, I trust you remember the Iron Colossus. Do I ever? Yes, the events of that day are burned into my memory as well. In that case, let us dive straight into the heart of the matter. After the dust settled, we sealed the chamber. My research team monitored the remains closely to ensure that such a calamity would never again befall the Empire. All was in order until recently. A spatial distortion. An astral gate, as the Windurstian ambassador put it. The fluctuations are so subtle as to be almost undetectable, but something is clearly amiss. An unidentified energy source pulsing against the gate from beyond, as if some extra-dimensional being is straining to cross over into our world. I'm sure you can follow the hypothesis as well as I, Akane. Yes, As I speak of gods who descend into the... As I speak of the god who descended into the Colossus that day, Alexander. Okay. We've yet to objectively verify this, for there can be no other explanation. Even now, the Colossus remains a divine vessel, and thus a significant danger. Perhaps you are aware, but this is not the only spatial distortion within the Imperial territory. A similar phenomenon exists in the Haza Helm, where my team and I work tirelessly to develop a means to seal it permanently. As a scientist, it pains me to admit this, but our technology has proven too primitive, our knowledge too limited for the task. Still, one thing is clear. We must address the situation without delay. Gostad ensures me that leaving the distortion untouched would have only one result. We must not, we will not inflict the suffering of that day upon our people anew. So it is that we have made our decision. We shall repair the Colossus and bring it to life ourselves. But do not be startled. Allow me to explain. Our observations confirm that the distortion is still in the early stages of development. Even if the extra-dimensional forces were to interfere at this stage, its power should be considerably limited. If we act quickly, we can counteract the disturbance from this side. We can take a minor risk now and avert a certain disaster later. Hey, take it easy, Lander. Needless to say, no plan is foolproof. This is where you come in, Akane. We would entrust you with the deactivation of the Colossus. For your efforts last time, I'd say you're more than up to the task. Furthermore, as a show of faith to the nations of the Middle Land, we intend to conduct the entire operation under this strict supervision. Past events being as they are, it is our responsibility to ensure our friends that we mean them no harm. Akane, I would ask you to be my envoy. My honor to serve. Thank you, Akane. Once again, you've proved a true friend to the Empire. Galtstad, please. I've drafted a missive to the 4 nations, explained in detail the predicament we face in our proposal solution. It should be sufficient to convince our allies of the urgency of our cause. We must deliver it to Juno with all speed. We are in your debt, Akane. Okay. Hey, Romanation. Hello. So, this must be the... Is this the Avatar quest to get Alexander? Yeah, waking the Colossus? Yeah. So this is the fight against Alexander to get him as a summon in this game. Okay. I was wondering what that was. I was like, wait a minute. We don't get, at first I was like, oh, okay, she's up to her usual shenanigans, but then something just seemed off. When she said we had to go to the Imperial Palace. Ah, crap, I went the wrong way again. But like I said earlier, every avatar except Bahamut you can actually get as a summon in this game. So Atomos, Catstip, Fenrir, Titan, Shiva, Garuda, Ifrit, Ramu. Who else am I missing? Alexander, Odin. You can get them all as summons in this game. Speaking of summoner, you got a summoner right there. Do da do da do. Ah, if I had a feeling, I had a feeling I'd be seeing you around here, private second class Akane. The other day, the AMAN, or whatever the organization called, used adjetum to put me into the scent of a possible score. Apparently, they're requesting the assistance of the Sahalim Sentinels. Or have I ever mentioned to you that the Empress herself is a big fan of my company? It's yet another sign that our company's reputation extends far and wide throughout the realm. When you look at the people we hire, from the elven decked out in gold and armor to a Yagudo with questionable fashion sense, it's not hard to see why. Naturally, that includes you as well. You're spreading the good word about our company when you're on your little adventures, right? Not really. That's strange. I don't think I heard you properly. Try saying that again. Not really. There should be a cutscene that if you pick this like 3 times, she literally beats your ass. Maybe? Hey, don't you be playing dumb on me now. I could have sworn I gave you a rather specific order to do last time we spoke. Or maybe I'm thinking of another one of my adorable employees. At any rate, as one of my employees, you really need to work on your communication skills. Most definitely. Yes, of course you are. My new goal is to start expanding our company's reach throughout the Middlelands too. Abuka. Yes, ma'am. How goes Private Second Class Akane's repayment plan? Well, subtracting the amount of repairs so far from the figure invoice to Private Second Akane. Oh my, I don't think I'm at the liberty to say. I figured as much. The debt you owe me is capable of filling the pits of Mount Zahalamo itself. So that's why you're gonna take on this little request from the AMA for me. Now let's get down to business. We need you to go to investigate a rather unusual monster that appeared near the stone tablet in the Waja woodlands. What makes it so unusual is that it's got an eyeball-shaped mark somewhere on its body. Furthermore, it appeared out of nowhere and it attacked attacking men and monster alike, and then vanished without a trace. So if you can obtain some of its hair, nails, or whatever other body parts before it disappears, we're willing to pay good money for them. Get this, they'll pay us 100 Imperial gold pieces per body part. We're gonna be raking it in. What are you waiting for? Get out there already. Okay. I don't remember the tablet that they're talking about. I'm surprised you let Nadja run you off early with that weapon. What you've defeated this far in the story? Oh, with her mace? Look. You don't mess with an angry Mithra with a mallet. Or a Morning Star. That's just a recipe for disaster. Anything else? Be damned. She'll make Cloud of Darkness look like a chump. Let's go grab an Imperial tag while we're here. It's not like I'm gonna ever use it, but might as well. Thank you, sir. In case I ever do use it, then I'll have 4 tags. Alright, do we have the teleport here that we can use? Oh, this counts. Waja Woodlands is massive, so we are going to mount it up, baby. Mount it up. Let's do, let's ride a worm. Worm is an Octurgan monster. Let's ride a worm. Also, Morning Savannah. Welcome, welcome. I really want to go this way. I'm not so sure now that I think about it. stone tablet. It has to be down to the south. Yes, mate. And that's where you get a chocobo normally. Yeah, the Wajan Woodlands is so massive. It's such a big area. Compared to like all the other areas we've been to, this area is huge. Alright, let's go this way. Do 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 do. Excuse me, coming through. Man, I wish we could get a Marlboro mount. Wish a Marlboro mount was available on the login points. That'd be awesome. I need to get all the mounts on my main character. There's some of them that you actually get through quests and other means. Hey, one day, hello. Hey, one day, happy Sunday. Even though it's not Sunday, it just rhymes better. Happy Sunday all. Ah. This is it. Look, there's another one of those peculiar footprints. Savage scars. All right, let's not play any games. Let's call some trust. Hey, Sunday rhymes better than Wednesday. Hey, one day, happy Wednesday. Hey, one day, happy Sunday. Yeah, I think Sunday. I think Sunday sounds better. It's shorter. One day, Sunday, Wednesday. I don't know. What do you think? Cutscene? Whoa, that's the nozzle assault music. That's a soul flare. Returned soul flare. Do not interfere. So if you weren't here for the lore, soul flares in Final Fantasy XI are what blue mages eventually become. So if a blue mage cannot hold back the power that they imbued, they become a soul flare. Select seal. What the hell? Open the gates. What the? Wait, we're attacking him. He said don't interfere. Yeah, see, so it's a blue base. See, he just cast blue magic, see? I like this lore that they give all these jobs in this game. But then again, big lore company. Baldur's Gate 3? I wouldn't know. Oh god, he did AoE sleep. Oh, how much did that restore his HP? Oh god, he just unbridled wisdom. Okay, so he just got a physical shield. Oh, I forgot to put on his health bar. He's actually, he was actually doing a lot of AoE damage. I forgot. Poor guy. Take part of his body? Yes. What the? What the? Wait, is that... Comrade. Oh, that's Rubane. We fought him at the end of the Octurgan storyline. You died an honorable death. We're to have known peace at last. Yet, what has awakened you from your slumber? The power of the blue? Perhaps further research should shed some insight into this. Could this be the fate of those who aim to overcome death itself? Hey, what is he doing? Whoa, what the? Okay, lock of gold hair. A trophy gained as proof of victory against the Soul Flare. Yeah, so okay, so that Soul Flare, if you remember in the Octurgan storyline, when we went to go confront the generals of the Octurgan storyline, the Mamubus, he got surrounded by like 100 of them, and then he got slaughtered by them as we escaped. But he died though. So how did he come back as a Soul Flare? It's not like his power overtook him prior to death. Maybe it did though, and we just didn't see it. Yeah, it seemed like he didn't even want to fight us too. That was weird. Huh. I don't know what to think about that one. I didn't think we'd be seeing that guy again. That's interesting. We saw Rob Bane too. Huh. Matsu Bully strikes again. Nah, he actually put up, dude, he was doing a lot of AoE damage. I wish I would have remembered the switch. He was giving it to me. I mean, I didn't think that we would lose, but he was doing some pretty respectable damage. He got Val down to like 100 HP. Huh. That was interesting. La 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 la. You have my utmost gratitude, Captain Ruban. Ah, there you are, Private Second Class Akane. I knew I could count on you. Great work as always. I heard you lend a helping hand to one of the immortals out at the stone tablet. I know, because the company obtained a sizable reward because of your efforts. Therefore, I've got a busy day of counting money ahead of me, so I best be going now. What's that you got there? A lock of golden hair. Ah, I know what this is about. You should just toss it. You see, Captain Robin said he doesn't want that AMA knowing that the Immortals are involved. Therefore, I'm thinking that if you head over to the AMA, we'll be forced to give back the reward. So that means your work here is done. I'm sure this goes without saying too, but... Yep. You failed your task. No reward for you this time. Naturally, we'll tell the AMAN we took out that monster, and I'll collect the payment, though. However, I'm not the unreasonable sort. Just this once, I'll give you a little something for your trouble. Abuka. Yes, ma'am. Do we still have some of those items we gave the recruits to new employees that drove them to tears of joy? Yes, ma'am. In fact, many of the recruits said that they were not worthy of receiving such a gift and returned them to us in great numbers. This will work out perfectly then. I want you to give a set to Akane here. That means people didn't want them. Yes, of course. Right this way, please. You're gonna give us stuff that people don't want. Well, are you on the verge of tears yet? You must be thinking how glad you are to have joined our company. Here you go, Private Second Class Akane. I think they suit you perfectly. Ah, and that reminds me. We received a message from Captain Raban, and he wishes to speak with you about something. The timing could not be better. This fashionable outfit will be perfect for your visit to the palace. Thank you again for your assistance. Keep up the good work, Private Second Class Akane. Okay. They gave us a whole set? What the? Alright. Let's lock style off. Okay, that's the feet. That's the pants. That's the hands. That's not the body. That's not the body either. That's the body. It's just this. Is the set any good? No. It's level 1 gear with 1 defense. It's just for fashion. Okay, I assume we gotta go and to the palace, I guess. Puke? You don't like it? I tend to destroy the fashion sets Final Fantasy throws at me. I'm not much of a fashion. Well, I take that back. I am, but it has to be for stuff I go out of my way to get. Oh, it's one of the general. I detest you mercenaries. Always meddling in everyone's affairs once you catch the scent of money. Don't hesitate to run at the first sign of trouble. Oh, I admit, I was impressed that you managed to find the missing immortal known as Risk-Free. He gave up being a human and may be trapped in a dungeon, but at least he's able to set foot in the Empire once more. Still, I personally believe there are some things worse than death. Rabron is waiting for you in the dungeon. You can go and see what happened for yourself. Okay. What the? Wait, what does he do? What? I shall Devour you. Ra. Ah, there you are, Kane. What did Riskry say to you when he transformed into a soul flare? Opening a gate? A gate? Could you be referring to the gate to Valhalla? Wheeze, reason, a new gatekeeper, devour. Oh. I don't remember. You really expect me to believe that? The ffxi, maybe. Falak? Who is that? Or is it even a person? The great dragon. The dragon? We must look into this matter further. I doubt we will learn anything more from him. He strives to be more than mortal, while feeding off the madness that erodes his soul. Yet he is a vessel that merely mimics the shape of a man, overflowing with savage energies. We blue mages owe our existence to the forbearance of her magnificence. We have abandoned our souls in exchange for power. In turn, that enables us to return from death itself. However, Risk-Free came back as a soul flare and took the form of a man once more. And due to the disappearance of that mysterious marking. Oh, what the? Master. Bestow. Awaken. Risk-Free. Who is this master you speak of? My master, alongside the dragon, the marking, me, power of Blue Mage, overcome death, gate to Valhalla, devour the world. Valhalla is where the dead gather, as the god known as Odin awaits the arrival of Ragnarok. It is said to be a place where tests of might and lavish banquets are held daily. You mean to say that your soul was summoned to Valhalla upon your death, and that your master awakened the spirit? And is this gate to Valhalla found in the Helm testing grounds? Ellipsis. Who is this Foullock? And what do you mean by a seal? It appears he's unconscious. His soul is unstable, causing him to slowly disappear. We must get to the bottom of this before he disappears completely. The fate of the Empire itself is at stake. It is our destiny to protect the Empire and the Empress herself. There is no matter of great importance to the Blue Mage. Who's this? Captain, Rawbane. We received word that another Soul Flare has appeared near the stone tablet in KB Mire. We should consider sending reinforcements since their ultimate purpose is still unknown. I wonder what kind of encounter awaits us this time. I kinda need you to go and capture this new foe for me. The more specimens we collect, the better. It does not matter if it has transformed or not. Okay. Alright. I have really liked to keep it like the classic red mage outfit. The red mage gear can always be dyed red as well. Easy enough. Nothing's missing here. Or maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it was always like that. I feel like something was missing. Okay, let's see. Da 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 da. Open the door. Let me in. I don't even know how to decipher what he was talking about. He said a great dragon. I don't even know where to begin with that one. Not at all. And something about Valhalla. It didn't look like the Soul Flare was under the spell of the World Eater egg, though. But don't know. All right. Okay, KB Mire. They said it was in KB Mire, so are we gonna meet the trio here? The Destiny Destroyers. Dun 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 dun. Dun, dun. Dun 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 Oh shit. You gotta be careful. We got imps and soul flares. They roaming free. Do we want to fall down though? Can we get back up if we fall down? I hope so. I think soul flares are true sight too. Imps are. Ah shit, he's moving right our way too. He's moving right at me. God, there's so many of them. I can't believe that worked. There's no way we get through this without a battle, dude. There's absolutely no way. Nice. Does this lead to anything? There's okay, I don't think that's spy. Because I'm sneaking. I learned from the best. The great. Oh shit. Hold on. I learned from the best. The one that sneaks his way in every stream. Always late. But always somehow is always on time. He knows who I'm talking about. Oh shit! Nah! There's literally nothing we can do. I was screwed either way right there, damn it. Damn it. Alright, hug the wall. Savage scars. There's another soul flare. A risen soul flare. Where? Where is it? The staff. The old dumb staff. With it I... Phalax. He set free. Wait, there's that Taru. Well, what's the matter with this guy? He's a blue mage. I see. So this is the magic I've heard so much about. And it appears he is looking to use this power to revive this Phalake creature. Phalake, all will be devoured. Yes, Phalake. I've heard about him from the motley group known as the Destiny Destroyers. Phalake first appeared in Octurgan several thousand years ago, after being born from the World Eater egg. They said that the egg was never broken, allowing him to hatch from it undisturbed. Okay. Whoa, what the? The terrible monster laid waste to all around it and devoured everything that stood in its path. It's a three-headed chimera? When the beastmen known as the Mamuja engaged the creature in a terrible battle that lasted many, many nights. Eventually, they managed to defeat Falake and separated its bodies into 9 separate pieces. What the? However, even that didn't kill the beast. So they scattered the pieces in multiple locations across the land, sealing them away for eternity. It possesses a rather potent life force. If the stories are true, then it is likely an actual terrestrial avatar. That face he's making right now? That don't look like a good character's face, does it? If possible, I should have liked to meet this Falake and obtain its strength as my own. You can meet. Use master. Your master? Die. Go to Valhalla. Did it say Valhalla? I suppose we won't be getting any more information out of this one. We have no choice but to take it down. The hell is that dude doing over there? Evil? Alright, before I forget. Yeah, he looked straight up evil, didn't he? That's pretty much how I envision what Lumi looks like. Whoa, what the hell? Why do we got 3? Whoa. Sorry, you got a death wish? He looks like a harmless potato compared to you. Spoken like a true evil mastermind. He just used magic hammer on him. Did you see it? Damn it, I can't ignore that. Okay. Damn, I'm too late. So what's he doing now? Azura lore. And he just blue made 2 hours and died. Okay. Is he gonna turn into the girl that we fought? This woman. What is this power she possesses within? Some sort of life force? Are blue mages trying to fuse monsters with the power of life? What is this? I am no longer a blue mage. It appears the magical powers within you have been absorbed by this prison orb. If you are looking for someone to blame, you should blame your master for doing this to you. Why would I want someone to blame? In fact, I should be thanking you. I am the immortal known as Amnef. Is that you, Akane? Tell me, what happened to Grand Visor? Wait, what? Does that mean that he's gone on to Valhalla too? No. I cannot dwell on that now. This is important news that concerns the fate of the Empire. I need you to report something back to Captain Robron for me. There is a large-scale war brewing in Valhalla, land of the chosen souls. There is an open rebellion against Odin, the god who controls Valhalla. The mage leading the rebellion appeared alongside a massive dragon. What did you say? He used magic to convert countless souls into his minions, bringing them back to life in an effort to force open the gate to Valhalla. He has also chosen risk-free soul among them in order to use the power of blue mages. That is why I went to meet this mage in order to find risk-free. The mage said he was looking to bring about the resurrection of Fall Lake and Octurgan. That he wishes to bring chaos down upon the land of the living. Wait, what is this mage's name? His name is... Oh, come on. Forgive me, hang in there. Oh, what the? Risk-free, you must save him. Blast. We almost had the answer we were looking for. What should I do in regards to Falak? No, I must first figure out how the gate to Valhalla can be opened. Okay. Okay. So that was the lady that turned into a soul flare when we beat her before the final mission in Octurgan. And she says a mage is converting souls in Valhalla. To rebel against Odin? Alongside a massive dragon. Okay. Huh. Well, that's different. The only massive dragon we know is Bahamut. And, I mean, all his worms, but compared to Bahamut, they ain't massive. So, there's no other dragon that we're made aware of. All right. Alright, so I guess we gotta go back to the capital. What the hell's going on? So we got Chaos, Odin. You want to revival some Falake? What the hell's going on? My guess it's either Shinryu. Oh, that actually is true. Shinryu is one as well. Yeah. No, he's a dragon too. Yeah, I forgot about him. In fact, Shinryu might be bigger than Bahamut. I ask that you refrain from hurting Risk-Free any further. You say that he has been taken over, that he's no longer human. However, I know that his heart remains true. He responds to my summons. It may have been faint, but it was a response nonetheless. Akane, I'm glad to see you have returned safely. Ruabane told me about your battle against this new blue mage. Who was behind it this time? Or was this person being controlled by another? Amneth? I hope this time she can finally know a peaceful death. Perhaps she was freed once she lost the power of the Blue Mage. Although, if she was worried about Risk-Free until the very end, he may not be able to make the journey to the crystal. Akane, like you did with NF, can I ask you free Risk-Free as well? Forgive me, Empress, but I fear we will require the orb belonging to the mage known as Euron Malfron in order to do so. In that case, bring him before me. I'm counting on you, Ruabane. It shall be so, Empress. My men will scour the far corners of the Empire until he is found. Meanwhile, I want you to look into this ancient monster known as Falake. In regards to the seal that was split into 9 pieces, I have seen a tomb describing creatures known as a chimera before. Chimera? Artificially created beasts. They are created by combining different creatures into a single entity through the use of forbidden alchemy techniques. Yes, that is correct. I have heard that 3 chimeras known as Tinin, Saramia, and Tiger were created from the Urn of Sealing. That's actually 3 chimeras that you can fight in the game. I believe that someone has broken the seal that was split into 9 pieces, and that were somewhere and they were somehow combined together. That sounds most terrifying indeed. However, we still do not know about this Old Bloom staff that Amnef spoke of. Therefore, I feel that we should make learning more about it our top priority. Very well. Make it so, Rob Bain. By the way, whatever happened to Odin? I find it hard to believe that a god would let the souls he worked so hard to gather turn against him. My brother and Luzef risked their lives to stop Ragnarok. Perhaps Odin was wounded during the battle? What do you think, Akane? What do you think about Odin? I don't know. No, I did not imagine you would know anything. I only hope we can learn the answer before risk-free light flickers out for good. There is still much we do not know, Empress. I think we should express all possibilities. I believe that the battle in Valhalla will eventually spill out into this realm as well. Therefore, it would be prudent to devise a potential response. Yes, I agree. I'm counting on you, Rubain. As for you, Akane, my most trusted, confident. I appreciate your assistance regarding this matter. It pleases me greatly that you have returned to my empire. I ask that you lend your service to Ak-Ergen once more. I had Gassad make a little something special just for you. Oh yeah? Min Jing's receiver? What is this? Permanent? A special device with various besiege-related messages recorded by Min Jing permits the bearer to hear information on beastmen's movements. Okay. That's cool, I guess. Phoenix's blessing. A portion of Phoenix's vim and vigor entrusted to you by Aurora. She will always remain by your side even though you may not be able to see her. That's cool, though. Yeah, when she said Gassad, I guess I was thinking, oh, we're gonna have to go to the automaton place. But she brings up a great question, though. Oh, I mean, like, what is Odin doing? Odin wouldn't be, like, just letting people wreck his, all the work he spent doing. So she brings up a good point. This is where you unlock the job puppet master in this place. It's one of the best jobs in this game. Don't cap of me. Yeah. I'll do whatever I can to help. I'm right there with you. Yeah, boss, please let us help you. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid it's a bit too dangerous. Ah, excellent timing. Dangerous tasks like these are best taken on by skilled mercenaries such as yourselves. Furthermore, I know from experience that we can trust you with jobs that require a certain amount of discretion. You see,
Her Majesty recently asked me to find out about a certain legendary monster. Apparently, it was separated into 9 pieces and sealed away with a special vessel known as the Urn of Sealing. But brr, it's enough to give you the chills. Well, it's rather old story, but I'm really convinced that such a monster ever exists. But I'm not really convinced that such a monster ever existed. You make a good point. The legend apparently comes from the Azadel dynasty, the first Octurgan dynasty, more than 900 years ago. Another theory attributes to the Adum civilization, which goes back even further and shrouded in mystery. And due to its age, the legend is said to have been passed down from generation to generation amongst various goblin clans. Do you really think we can put much faith in stories handed down by goblins? Perhaps not. But we have our orders. We need to find someone who knows more about this matter. I think our best bet might be the Moblin who commands the troll mercenaries. It's said that he is quite knowledgeable about which is old and long forgotten. His name is Megomach. You can find him at Mount Zahalon. I want you to reach out to him and learn as much as you can about this monster Falek, as well as the urn that imprisons him. We're counting on you, mercenary. Unfortunately, the Empire is unable to contact Megomach directly at the present time. Ah, that reminds me. This should help you with your negotiations. It's one of his favorite things. But still, don't let down your guard. Wait, please, wait. You're so lucky getting to work with Mr. Gatsad like this. You see, we have great respect for our boss. He gives his all no matter what the cost, and always has the courage to try out new ideas without a moment's hesitation. However, he seems different lately. Yeah, it's like he's feeling down or something. There's been nothing unusual going on at the automaton workshop, so we have no idea what's wrong. Do you know anything about it? The archaeological institution? Yes, he is the alchemist associated to the AARI. I wonder if something happened there. Neither of us know much about his work with the institution, though. I doubt we'd understand it even if we did. He's right. When we talk to the boss, we never really can grasp what he's saying. I always feel as if we're not very helpful to him. For whatever reason, though, Master Gatsat seems to have returned to his usual Jovado self. Yes, it's just as Abada Loraba says. Ever since the Empress Nashamira made this request, he seems happy again. Therefore, we desperately want him any way we can. We want to help him any way we can. Unfortunately, just as he said earlier, it's too dangerous for us to do so. That's why we need your help. Thank you for agreeing to assist us. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Gift for Megomach. Temporary? A metallic red tinted box from Gassad, inscribed with the seal of Cad Euseus. It is sealed by a special incantation
preventing it from being opened by anyone but its intended recipient. Perhaps Megomach will be a bit more receptive with this in tow. Chat, I'm gonna send in my my audio recordings of my voice acting on stream. I'm gonna hit it big. I'm gonna be the next voice for Kiru Kazama. Just you wait. Yo, it's a Puppet Master Goka. Hey Barbos, hello. Do become a dancer pup. Nah, I'm not gonna unlock a sub job until I feel like we have to. Till we get our ass kicked so bad that I feel like there's no way of passing without one. You sound more like Kuwabara than me. Wait, Kuwabara? You talking about from Yusuke Urameshi? Yo, Urameshi. I don't remember how he sounds, to be honest. I like you. I like Kuwabara though. I actually have never finished that anime. I've never got past the Dark Tournament. I need to go and finish that someday. I like that show. You don't know where to go. You gotta stop and come back again. But suddenly from places I don't even know. Thank you for waking me up. Yeah. I can't open this gate. I don't think I can. I remember staying up late to watching on Adult Swim. Yeah, I need to go get the freaking metal. Oh man, this sucks. We gotta go get the metal key plate. Ugh. Alright, let's see if we can luck out and get the easy ones. Back when I watched it the same way, they didn't have the Dark Tournament like fully localized. So I kind of just like stopped watching it because they played it on syndication for like years. Which is funny enough because that was one of the series that when I was like way back when I was playing Japanese games on the Super Nintendo. That was one of the games that I played. I have to look this up, but I used to play this Japanese Yu Yu Hakusho fighting game. And I was trial and erroring the attacks. I had no idea what what I was doing because I didn't understand a lick of Japanese or kanji. So I was like, I was just trial and error, and I was like, okay, what does this do? Let's go try over here. We gotta go find a item so that we can open up the door. They also released the fighting game on the PlayStation 2 as well. I always wanted to play it, but I never did. What was it called? Yu Yu Hakusho something tournament. Hey, Urameshi. Come on. Man, I'm getting so unlucky on this. Yeah, I'm getting mad unlucky. Alright, well, we got ow, my nose itches. We gotta try the south. Maybe it's down there. It's always in a place that it's always hard to find. What's this? Nothing out of the ordinary? Of course. One of the earliest animes I remember staying up for was Robotech, which was really just 3 different animes fused together in localization. The 3rd season was so terrible, I was happy when I learned that Robotech. Is that the one that had the silver hawks? Or no, is that a different show? There was a Silver Hawk show. Or am I thinking of something else? Am I thinking of Marcross? No, Robotech is like... Isn't that like late 80s, early 90s or something? So that would have had to been... Marcross was the 80s. Hey, 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 hey. There is a detachable part here. What the hell do you mean, detachable part? Okay. Man, we were getting so unlucky. Now I'm running out of options here. Alright. No luck so far. If you're wondering what we're doing, we're trying to find a question mark that has a key item that we need to open up that door. We've never had to go through the door, so... But normally, if you were trying to level up out here, you would have the key item to go through the door. It's not here either? Okay, that don't make no sense. We passed all possible spawns. No, we didn't. We still got some more to search. God, I haven't done this in so long. I couldn't tell you the first anime that I stayed up to watch. Not really. I do know that, like, I stayed up to watch... Like, I watched the entirety of Dragon Ball Z in Japanese before I watched it in English. But I don't think that's, like... I think that'd be one of the first shows I caught. Alright, we'll go down here first. But I remember watching this one show called Black Magic 66. That was about, like, a android becoming, I think, like, self-aware and getting lost in a city. Hey, there it is. Cast metal plate. Finally. Alright, finally. Now we gotta run back. I don't even know... I didn't even know there was more Dragon Ball after they summoned the dragon and Goku lost his tail. I thought it jumped right to Z. Oh, really? No, there was like quite a bit because that was at the tournament. Yeah, that was at the tournament between where him and Krillin fought, right? And then he goes Azaru against Master Roshi, right? When he's Jackie Chun. And then they have to cut his tail off. Right? I think that was at the tournament. Because he goes on and he fights, like... He meets General and he fights the Red Ribbon Army. He fights General Blue. He fights all kinds of people. No, it was after that? It's definitely not against Piccolo. I don't think. Like, Piccolo's like the final adversary. So it's not against Piccolo. At least I don't think it is. It's been a long time. I haven't seen Dragon Ball in forever. I watched Dragon Ball after I watched Dragon Ball Z. But the more time goes on, the more I appreciate Dragon Ball Z more, or Dragon Ball more than Dragon Ball Z. Excuse me. Coming through. Mithra coming through. Dragon Ball is superior for sure. I can't bring... unfortunately, like, I just can't bring myself to watch any of Super. I got like 0 ounce of care to watch it. I do want to watch the new Brawly movie, because I hear it's really good, but... I don't know. I just got 0 interest in Super. As a whole, you know. I feel like I should probably watch a little bit of Super before I watch Brawly, though, because it probably explains some things. Alright, can I open up the door now? Thank you. Finally. You used to, back in the day, you used to party right here. Literally, you would open the door and there would be a party right here. And they would fight these guys right here. These little worms. Eventually, when you kill these guys right here, one of these morphs into that. This gives off, I don't know if it's still the best blue mage spell. It probably isn't. But that used to give off a haste spell for blue mage. And then back in the day when you used to do the troll camps, I told you that the troll camps were my favorite EXP parties in Octurgan. And it's up here. You would come up the stairs over here. Right here. And then basically your entire camp was just wherever a troll will spawn. You would just run to them all over the place. And then there was another camp. This place also had another camp, but unlike the other ones, it's actually mage oriented. So if we come over here, I'll show you. If we come over here, we can go to the mage camp. Da, da, da. And it's right here. It would be these flans. So Octurgan, I don't even think we've seen a flan yet. But Octurgan introduced flans into the game. So this is what a Final Fantasy XI flan looks like. And as, you know, stereotypical, they're resistant to physical damage, but susceptible to magic damage. So over here, right here, you would get mage parties, which would consist of like 4 black mages, a bard, and a puller. So this place was pretty cool. And then there is if I remember correctly, there is a 72-hour monster that spawns here too. Let's see if let's go to its spawn location. Yeah, there's a monster that spawns every 3 days that spawns here. So let's go to its spawn location. And I doubt it's here. I've only ever seen it in the entirety of me playing this game. I have only ever seen it once with my own eyes. Not like I've like gone out of my way to look for it, but it would oh, it's right there. There it is. It's Cerberus. So sick. You best believe I'm killing this thing. Hell yeah. Hey Mac, hello. Yeah, so this only, if I remember correctly, this only spawns every 3 days. So if we kill it today, the next time it will spawn is on Saturday. Hold on. Whoa, what the fuck? Let's do Lucky Egg so we can get Treasure Hunter 1 on him. Yo, this is sick. Okay, so it's safe to do that. Okay, so he has a special mechanic. So the more damage it takes from one particular damage type, he starts resisting. So if you constantly melee attack on him, he'll get down to the point that eventually he'll start taking 0 melee damage. So then you'll have to start damaging with physical or magic damage. So when you can fight him in salvage that I used to solo back on Puppet Master back in the day. So the Red Mage Puppet Master used to be so helpful for this. Because you would fight him, melee him down as a puppet, and then you'd have the Red Mage puppet nuke him down. It was so nice. No, there's a Hydra too. You fight the Chimera. You fight the Chimera, Hydra, and Cerberus. And in salvage. Because some days I would do the Chimera. I would alternate between the Chimera and Cerberus. No, it's actually working right now. As you can see, if you look at my white damage, I'm hitting him for 50. But if we go back up, I was hitting him for 200. It's working right now. I'm doing less and less damage to him. The reason I know is because I farmed salvage for 4 months straight. So now I'm hitting him for 0 damage. And now it relies on Regio to kill him. And then, oh no, Spin's gone. I farmed it for 4 months straight, but I couldn't tell you a lick of how to run it now, because I haven't run it in years. Let's do magic resistance. He's not casting a magic spell whatsoever. Look at him. He's just sitting there melee attacking. Oh, no, wait, he cast a spell. Oh, that's nice. Can you cast like an actual nuke? I wonder why he's not casting any magic spells. He's not silent. That's weird. I have no idea why he's just sitting there melee attacking. That's so strange. I guess I should have used Shantoto too instead. Oh well. What did he drop? He dropped Cerberus claws, 2 Cerberus claws, 1 hide, and 1 meat. Nice. That's so cool. Yeah, so here we go. We got the 3-headed dog. Got the 3-headed guard dog of hail. Let's put that up. And I'll put this up too. Put that up. I'm gonna have to go through my inventory at some point. We'll put that up for the time being. No rare drop. No. I mean, his meat back in the day was actually pretty good. Got 20,000 gil for killing him. I don't remember what he drops, I'll be honest. That's just cool that he's up. His hide was crafted into the best in slot back piece. What did it do? I don't remember. You remember what the stats on it were? What do you want? I'll ask you again. What do you want with Mego Detmak? Oh, you know about Falik? From what I hear, that's all anybody's talking about right now. Well, you did come bearing gifts. I suppose I can give you the short version. But you're looking for details, right? In that case, there just so happens to be someone who knows much more about the subject than good old Mego Mac does. Maybe you should pay them a visit. My friend was born to a brave and heroic family, but found it tough, always being the youngest. Really hasn't made much luck in life, that's for sure. You want to meet my friend who knows Falek? Sorry. I sent them on an important mission to Haza testing grounds that needed taken care of. Actually, do you know that cave just beyond KB Meyer? There's a secret Octurgan facility deep inside. There they use forbidden alchemy techniques to fuse different species of creatures into strange new monstrosities. Their artificial creations are known as chimeras. Lamia, Puck, Mandagora. The facility has given life to countless creatures. Wait, Mandagoras? I knew the Lamia were man-made. I didn't know Pucks were man-made either. It was a grand sanctuary for learning that attempted to approach the greatness of the gods themselves. I'm actually something of an alchemist myself, you know. I once used a stolen egg to create a chimera known as Chimera 13, but it didn't turn out so well. Yeah, that's the chimera that he sicks on you during the main story of Octurgan. I spent many agonizing days burnt and tattered, but it did help me regain my sense of motivation. According to my friend, my beloved chimera are needed for a dreaded battle yet to come. You want to know who this friend of Mego Mech is? I already told you. On an errand for me at the Hazahelm testing grounds. That's definitely who you should talk to about filet. Actually, my friend's been gone for a while now. I was hoping to steal another egg. Maybe the Empire discovered my little plan. I shudder to think what they might do to my friend. I need you to go check on the entrance of the Helm testing ground and see what's going on. I'm counting on you. Okay. Let's go there. Strength +3, attack +12, immunity +3, and fire resistance. Oh, yeah. I remember, okay. All right. I remember that thing. I don't think I ever got one myself. We gotta go to the Helm testing grounds, which means we gotta go to Nash. Do. Gotta go to Nash. Here. There's an auction house here. I can go take a look at that mantle. I have long forgotten about that thing. I remember when they added the 20 attack, double attack +3 mantle that came along with Abyssia. It was like at level 89. You got it from a Cerberus NM in Abbey Altep. I remember when that was like the best in slot 1. Let's see. Ah, yeah, this. Yeah. Yeah, I remember monks would have this. Yeah. Man, how the mighty have fallen. Who is buying this at level 70 for 2 million? Who's buying this? What the? I remember when this was best in slot for Blue Mage for their spells. So they had a lot of strength and dex spells at 75 days with the sea monster spells. I have no idea how Blue Mage is nowadays. I have absolutely zero clue. All I see is those OP AoE spells they spam in freaking domain invasion that kills everything. Anyone who can transfer 2 million from their other characters to feed back into the economy, it was 500k. 1/4 of the amount you even referred to. I started using LUA Ashita cast. Blue Mage is going to be insane. Oh, that's the other Windower alternative, yeah? I never looked into that. I've always stuck with just Windower. Don't cast a spell on me, no. Maybe I can outrun him. I am fast. Fuck, I went the wrong way, no. Daedalus, yeah. Yeah, I went the wrong one. Yeah, Horizon XL launcher has them by default. Swapping gear automatically depending on action is nice. It is nice, yeah. Believe it or not. Ah, shit, it's a Cheeto. Let me, oh, it's two of them. Believe it or not, it's actually faster and more responsive than Square's own built-in equip sets. So, like, equip sets actually lag behind, like, gear swap and stuff. So, which sucks. That sucks. What's also something that lags behind? Hold on. What also is something that lags behind is equipment. So it reads your equipment from top to bottom. So if you put if you have Blue Mage gear in Mog Wardrobe number 1 and then Mog Wardrobe number 8, it goes through all your gear from top to bottom. And so you kind of want to put all your gear for at least one job close to each other, because there's the potential that it won't read it off in time. And that also sucks. I play vanilla Final Fantasy 11. Also, Aka, look at these fancy auto switching scripts. I use that stuff on my other character. We are playing pure Final Fantasy 11 right now. Okay? I'm using the gear swap system. It's good. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's slower than gear. It's slower than gear swap. That's all. It's not bad though. It's good for what it is. Where's the That's so dumb. God, I used to come here all the time to farm freaking the stuff for the mythic weapon. Jesus. This brings me back so much. Ah, it's you. I wasn't expecting to see you here. According to the info, I've managed to collect a large rift in space-time continuum lies deep within the ancient facilities behind this door. This rumored that Odin, the god and ruler of Valhalla, will appear. However, a powerful magic seal has been placed on this location and will not be easy to meet Odin. By the way, do you remember what Anif the Immortal said at the stone tablet in KB Meyer? There is a large-scale war brewing in Valhalla, land of chosen souls. There is an open rebellion against Odin, the god who controls Valhalla. I'd like to know more about this. Have you heard anything about it? Talk about riskery. I see. So there was another blue mage. And he wished for the magic powers within him to be absorbed by the prison orb? I suppose that could allow you to have a meaningful conversation with him. Whoa. What the hell are they doing here? How'd they get in? How did that goblin get in there? That's what I said. How did they get in there? Isn't it supposed to be locked tight with a magic seal? What the? Speaking of blue mage, here's a blue mage. That's the relic blue mage armor. So, it's darker. Clearly they had the key item. Yeah, clearly. My bad. I'm sorry. Dun, 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 dun. Ah. All right, I'm not even gonna give you the time of the day. Nope. I should have just ran past them. This must found something upsetting within the facility. Uh-oh. Oh. They found out that the Mandagger was born through... Yeah. Don't worry about it. Doesn't matter when we were born or when we die. But this truth is almost too shocking to believe. We Mandagora were created by humans? That just means that you have kin such as Lamia, Pux, and Marrow's right there with you. No, don't worry about it. Just focus on living your best life now. That's all that matters. Got it? The chosen elite such as yourself can't possibly understand what I'm feeling. The Mandagora should never have been born, so we were abandoned. Hey, who are you calling an elite? Come on now, let's all settle down. The real villain here are the ones who dreamed up such a hideous plan in the first place. They're toying with actual lives here. We should blame the alchemists, not each other. The moblin is gonna... That moblin's gonna pay for this. Huh? Meko Mech is a good friend who gives us a place to stay. You see? That's what I'm talking about. Those of us who have been abandoned would rather live freezing under the bridge. Now, try to calm down a bit. Maybe we shouldn't have agreed with Mego Mech's request. We locate the egg he's looking for, but it's not going to be easy. I don't know what he's so mad about. Mandagaras are a completely different story. My head is starting to hurt just listening to all this. We should get moving. Wait, what is Minjing doing here? Stop right there, Yoran Malfron. The Empress has ordered me to escort you back to Al-Zabi. What? First, I need to take your belongings. Right there. Huh? Who's this? Curse you people. You dare to toy with other lives for your own amusement? Hey, what's gotten into you? Try to calm down. What's going on here, Kane? It's a little hard to explain, but we might have to silence the talking part first, though. The talking plant first, though. Settle down, Citrulus. Who are you calling a Citrulus? You're gonna pay for that insult. Okay. Well, it's round 2, I guess. What expansion is this? This is the latest story they added into the game, called a Vicarious Resurgence. It's so weird. Oh shit, Migjing helps us. I haven't either. This is actually my first time going through this myself. Oh, what am I taking damage from? I did like the first 3 chapters of it, but this right here, I've never done anything past this. I think this is chapter 4 of it, I think. Wait, where are they going? Oh. Oh, they're actually... Oh, shit, I forgot. Sorry. I keep forgetting. They're actually doing some pretty decent damage against me. Alright, well. Wait, did he miss? I must have been too slow. Now. Ow. Get over here. What are you doing? Ow. Why is my HP only 90? 900? Somebody has the HP down move that is too good. Is that the last expansion you have to do to finish this one? Yeah. Yeah. They actually just finished the storyline for this. Like a week before I started playing Final Fantasy 11 for the marathon. So it's like It's not that old. Well, they started it in 2020, but they finished it early 2013, I think, if I remember correctly. Alright, we'll work on the Mandy because he's taking forever. Oh god, 100 fisting. Yeah, so far it's okay. Yeah, I'm telling you, fan dance is actually pretty damn good. The fact that it stacks physical damage taken on top of like your already pre-existing physical damage taken is kind of nutty. So you can put on 50% like damage taken and then pop fan dance and have like 20% physical damage taken more past the cap. That's pretty wild. I don't have that going on right now, but just like the possibilities of it is actually pretty crazy. Yeah, these guys are not easy. They actually killed Val. Man, how do you do so much damage? Hey, got him. Nice. I think not, sir. See ya. Yeah, that fight was actually a lot harder than I thought. Hey, what's the big idea? Beating on innocent beings like that without even listening to what they have to say first. You've got us all wrong. Akane, do you know what they're talking about? The Mandagaras are actually chimeras. You should have called them a Citrulus. Citrulus, plantoid and subspecies of Mandagara, known for their black stripe patterns on its green skin. That is all I know, or more precisely, that is all I care to know. What I want to know is who are these wild and barbaric creatures? The Destiny Destroyers. Destroyers of Destiny. That's not what I'm asking. I wish to understand why they are here. We are just looking for something for a friend. Huh? Where did it... Oh, that's my friends. That belongs to Megomac. Megomac? I heard that Gassad... I heard from Gassad that you were sent to negotiate with Megomac. Huh? You're friends with Megomac too? Megomac... Alchemist must punish... By the way, what exactly are you? Chimera? A chimera? How dare you call me a chimera? That's it. I'm taking you and you, Ron, Mouth Ron, back to Alpha B. You're going to tell me everything you know. I hope you're ready for indescribable horrors you're about to face. Hulk, you're Ron, Mouth Ron. Don't worry. You'll be seeing me again shortly. What is he up to? I wonder what's going on through his mind. Must report back to Nashimura at once. They're gone. Hurry! You gotta get that egg. You gotta get that egg, the Mega Mart. Hey, wait! He's not waiting. Curse you! Curse you, destroyers of destiny. That's not their actual name. Nice. Well, chat, you know what time it is. We are gonna have to continue our playthrough of Final Fantasy XI and our progress through the Vicarious Resurgence.